is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network as we bring you exciting commentaries on the West Indies Bangladesh series. The action's about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators for the ball-by-ball commentaries.
Well, this is the third and final T20 international between West Indies and Bangladesh at the National Stadium Providence in Guyana. Good afternoon to you wherever you are, and welcome to a sunlit afternoon here at Providence as we speak with you. Play will not start on time, and that's because of lots of rain we have in Guyana at the moment, but the rains have stopped. The outfield is drying out nicely, and there should be no reason whatsoever that we should not get play. The umpires, they have made an inspection, and as soon as we get word from you, from the umpires rather, we will definitely let you know as to what time the match will start. Like I said, the sunshine is out, the field looks good, the pitch from our vantage point look good as well, and both teams rearing to go against each other. With me in the commentary box is the former West Indian off-spinner, Clyde Butts. Good afternoon to you, Clyde. Rain once again preventing play from starting on time, but we definitely will be having some word from the umpires.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Good afternoon to you, Inderjit, and good afternoon to listeners wherever you are. Yes, it's bright and sunny, and we're just waiting on that little word from the umpires on when they're going to start. And so on, because the field has actually dried up nicely when you think about all the rain that we've had probably about an hour and a half ago, and to come and see the stadium actually looking this green, it looks lush. Maybe a little slow on the slower side in terms of the outfield because of all the rains that we've had over the past couple of days, but I think you can expect some good cricket, and you expect a good pitch because the pitch has been undercover for most of the time, and it looks good. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yes, so that news from the umpires after the inspection has made its way to us. The toss will be spun at 1:45, so that's in another 16, 17 minutes' time, and play should get started at 2 p.m. So that's good news.
That's very good news when you think about all the rain that we've had here this morning and overnight. Certainly good news, and I think a lot of people would now be hearing about this, and the play going to start, and we're going to see a few more people coming to the ground to enjoy this afternoon's game.
Yeah, so let me share that good news once again. The toss will be taken at 1:45, and play should be starting at 2 p.m. Clyde, we looked at what transpired in this Bangladesh tour of the Caribbean this year. Of course, this is the third and final T20. Coming into the T20, they would have lost both test matches. So the momentum is with the West Indies. The first T20 was a no result, and that was because of rain in Dominica. But then the West Indies scored a 35-run victory against Bangladesh in Dominica as well. So the momentum at the moment is with the West Indies.
Oh, definitely. So when you've won the two test matches against
SWB audio capture not registered
in the T20 tournament, and not only did we win, West Indies win that T20, the one before as well, that was rain out. It looked like if we were going to win that one as well. But, you know, these things do happen, and it is a lot of rain in the Caribbean at the moment, so but one is expecting play today. But I think West Indies have done well against Bangladesh of late, and it certainly is continuing.
Yes, certainly it has continued. In that first T20 in Dominica, Bangladesh, they were struggling. 103, I think, for the loss of 8 wickets when rain dampened that one. In the second T20 game, we saw great batting by Rovman Powell and Brandon King. Surely the two of them again might very well be leading the West Indies in the batting department.
Yeah, I think one has expect a lot from those guys. And I like what I see from Rovman Powell of late. He has certainly come of age. He is matured, and he has been playing well. And I think that's what you want to see from younger players who are coming through. You want to see them develop, and you want to see them come of age. Brandon King has not been bad either, and there are a lot of players in the West Indies team at the moment who you're seeing to start to progress, and that's what you want to see in your young players.
Yes, and with the Brandon King issue, he started off as an opening batsman, but then West Indies, the coach and the selectors must have had a look at him and say, you know what, let us experiment with him a little, drop him down the order, and since then he has played well.
I don't like the word experiment. I would say another word. They probably see something in him that he'd probably be better against the slower bowlers, and when the sheen comes off the new ball, and he has done well. So that's a compliment to the coaches and the selectors and all the men around the team.
Yes, and there must have been a lot of concern with the batting form of the skipper, Nicholas Pooran.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Reasonably good in scoring that 30.
I think we've all had a little concern of late with Pooran in terms of his batting. We haven't seen the sort of the batting that we expect from him. He's been touted to be one of the better white ball cricketers in world cricket. And when you start struggling, you need to pick yourself up back and come harder again. I think that's where Pooran is at the moment. And one would love to see him really pick himself out. He's now the captain as well. That's a little bit more pressure, but at the same time, some people strive under those pressures. So.
Yes, and I think it's just a matter of time before we see Nicholas Pooran touching top-class form. And at the top of the order, Kyle Myers and Shamar Brooks. Myers, he has been having a real good season, tremendous century in the test match. Started off nicely in the last T20 game, gave the West Indies a good start. So maybe they might very well go again with Kyle Myers and Shamar Brooks at the top.
Well, they may, but and I think once you've started something, you need to give it the time to work as well. And they started with those two, so maybe they'll give them a little bit more time to see how things goes with them. Both are capable players. Shamar Brooks has looked good when he's been in, and his white ball cricket has certainly come on leaps and bounds. And Kyle Mayers, yes, his test cricket has been great. I don't think the limited overs or the white ball cricket has been so good as in the test cricket, but there's room for improvement. And Kyle Mayers is a person that I know loves to work hard, and he will work hard in this cricket.
Yes, certain with that. So let me just remind you, listeners, wherever you are, that the toss will be taken at 1:15 and play will start at 2 p.m. And that's because of the heavy rains we have this morning and all night in Guyana. Almost the entire country drenched in rain. But thank God that the sun is coming out and it continues to shine.
SWB audio capture not registered.
We look at West Indies bowling in the spinning department. Akil Hussain, he has come on by leaps and bounds and supported by Hayden Walsh Jr. as well.
I think that's good to see as well. When you think about white ball cricket now, the spinners play a big part in it, especially the leg spinners. And it's nice to see Akil Hussain continue in that vein. He has been bowling well. He has done so over the past year and a half. And Hayden Walsh Jr., he has come on as well. At times you tend to think, well, where is he going? Because he looks to be struggling sometimes, and then he will bounce back. And I think that's a good thing about him. And it's not only that he's good with bowling, he's one of the better fielders in world cricket as well. So that's a plus for him.
Exactly. Well, Alzari Joseph did not play in that last T20 game. Obed McCoy, Odin Smith opened the bowling for the West Indies. Romario Shepherd and Kimo Paul in that mix too.
I think it's a very good bowling attack. What I like about Alzari Joseph of late is that he has really started to run in, and he's bowling with a lot more pace than we did see him earlier on. He's got the abilities. When you look at the young man, you're thinking that this is a world beater. He's got all the attributes, lovely run-up, he's got height, he's got pace, and he gets bounce. So and of late, he started to swing the ball as well. So that's a big plus for him. And I love him. Obed McCoy is one of the better T20 bowlers or white ball bowlers around. And he gives us all the time. So I think we are building something here that can certainly grow.
Yes, and Odin Smith hits the pitch very hard. We know his exploits as well. But there is some concern with the control of Odin Smith and Romario Shepherd. I think Shepherd bowled splendidly in the last two T20 games. It's good to see his control was much better. That's an area that both of them need to work on.
SWB audio capture not registered.
He's going to run and try and bowl as hard as possible at you. You may say, well, he's not express, but he certainly bowls some hard deliveries, and he's going to stray a few times. But I think he more or less would always give you his best. Shepherd, little different, tends to sling a little and try to get the ball to in swing, especially later on in the innings. But I think he's coming on back. A few months ago, I was a bit concerned with where his bowling was going, but you're seeing signs that he's actually picking up back, and he's going to be a part of West Indies cricket for a little while.
Yes, and he has taken wickets as well. Best figures in that match that had no result. The first one in Dominica, picking up 3, and among the wickets in the second. Good to see Kemo Paul after an outstanding performance in the Regional 4-Day Championship back in West Indies colours.
Yeah, I think Kemo Paul too was a little bit of injury concern. That's what probably kept him out for so long from West Indies cricket. So it's nice to see him back. He's a talented young man, not only as a medium-fast bowler, but somebody who can bat and maybe look to bat at number 6, 7 or thereabouts and be that effective swing bowler down earlier on with the new ball especially.
Yes, and we turn our attention now to the performance of Bangladesh. They were beaten badly in the 2 test matches and then struggled in the first T20 in Dominica, lost the second T20 match. Shakibul Hasan, he needs a lot of support. He has been the shining star at the top of the order. Liton Das, we all know that he's a very good batsman, partnered with Animal Hack. They must come good in this game.
Yeah, I think they need to. Of course, you don't want them to beat West Indies, but they need to come good. You need to have competitive cricket. And Shakibul Hasan is a world-class player. There's no doubt about that, whether as a left-arm spinner or as
SWB
a
audio capture not registered.
But I think it's their batting that has let them down in the series. The batting has not been as good as we know they are capable of. And maybe we'll see them come good in this game. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yes, and their skipper, Mamadullah, along with Afif Hussain, had a little bit of fight in the last game. Mamadullah went early too. Certainly they must be supporting the likes of Shakibul Hasan. Much is expected from Mamadullah and Afif Hussain.
Yeah, I think a lot is expected from those guys. Mamadullah is an experienced cricketer. He's been around for a long time, and he has played some good hand for Bangladesh in the past, and I'm sure they're thinking that they need him to come good, as well as the other players as well, Luton Das and those guys. They have been around for a little while, and they've shown that they're capable of doing stuff for Bangladesh.
Yes, and they have 4 medium-fast bowlers in their team, left-arm fast bowlers, Shoriful Islam and Mustafizur Rahman. That lends variety to the right-arm fast bowlers, Taskin Ahmed and Shohidul Islam.
Yeah, I like Taskin Ahmed. I think he's one that gives us all at all times. He bowls a hard ball. And if he gets good support, especially from the left-arm seamer, who does a little, especially in 2020 cricket, he has been a handful in the past. So we'll just have to wait and see how they go.
Yes, so you aren't missing any cricket at the moment. We can tell you that the toss will be spun at 13 hours 45. That's in another 7 minutes or so. And play scheduled to start at 2 p.m. So definitely cricket is on. And the reason why we are having this delay is because of heavy overnight rains. The ground staff, they have done a fantastic job. And Clyde, for the last month or so, we have seen the ground staff
SWB audio capture not registered.
And on their toes as well, doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, they've had their work cut out over the last month or so with the regional women's tournament being played right at the stadium. All matches were played at the stadium, and we had a lot of rain in between the tournament, and they did a wonderful job in keeping the outfield fairly dry and getting the pitches ready as well, because rain has been falling nearly every day for the past month or so.
Yeah, so they have done a terrific job. Coming back to the Bangladesh bowling lineup, their medium-fast bowlers and fast bowlers actually, they went for a lot of runs in that last T20 game. West Indies almost made 200. I think it was about 193 or thereabout. But whenever the spinners came on for Bangladesh, that put a check on the free-scoring West Indian. with the exception of that one over when Shakibul Hassan was taken to task by Rovman Powell that blasted him all over the ground. Shakib, Mahedi Hassan, and Mossadegh Hussain, they must be of some concern to the West Indies. These spinners have been bowling pretty well.
Well, they've all over the years, the Bangladeshi spinners has been good. And you don't expect them overnight to be starting to be bad bowlers. Of course, you're going to have bad days. And you're going to obviously get some licks. You're going to have your good days and so on. But they're a bunch of quality spinners, and they have done well for Bangladesh over the years. And I don't think overnight you're going to see them start not doing well.
Yes. What are your expectations for this third and final T20?
Well, when you look at the outfield and look at everything here, I think West Indies must have the edge over Bangladesh because of the way how the previous games have gone. And not only then, you're playing in your backyard. You expect
SWB audio capture not registered.
Whatsoever score, how much runs you make, you expect that team to defend it. And I think West Indies have done well enough to beat Bangladesh in this game.
Yes, we are hoping that, we have a full T20 game as we look up to the skies. It's quite blue, lots of white clouds and so on. You think West Indies might make any change, or you think they might play the winning team? Thinking in terms of Devon Thomas is in this 14 as well?
Well, I'm not sure. Devon actually played in the last game. He was the wicket keeper. And he kept fairly well. So maybe Pooran is thinking that, he needs to get back into that nick, into scoring runs and relaxing out in the field. It's good for him at the moment. I don't mind if it's going to help his batting and so on. I think where the issue may be is would they get Azari Joseph into the 11? Because I think Azari has been bowling really well of late, and he might be the issue. Do you give Smith a rest and bring Devon in, Azari Joseph into the game? I think that may be the sort of change that they may be looking at.
Well, maybe you just never know. Smith might be saying to himself, if that happened, I've only played 2 matches and they already want to give me a rest. You never know what the combination might be. My take on it, they might very well keep the winning team, but you're right in your observation. You want to get as many players involved as possible. So let me just remind you, in a matter of moments, the toss will be spun and play is scheduled to start at 2 p.m. No threat of rain whatsoever as far as what we can see here at Providence. The ground has dried out nicely. Might not be the fastest, but as the sun continues to come down, it will continue to improve as the afternoon goes ahead. We're having India coming down to the Caribbean after the series is completed.
That would be a
SWB audio
series.
capture not
India's
registered.
Very good cricket. Yes, a lot of people may be looking at it and say, well, they were just beaten in England.
More action to come after this third and final T20 International, but just a recap of what has gone so far. The 2 test matches, both won by the West Indies in Antigua, then in St. Lucia. Of course, the first T20 International was abandoned, West Indies winning the second, as we just saw on the third and final in a few moments' time. And this, of course, will be followed by the CG United one-day international series presented by Walton. All games played here in Guyana.
Well, as we speak with you, the umpires, in fact, the match referees out in the middle, and I think the 2 skippers are there as well, Nicholas Pooran and Mamadullah for Bangladesh. And certainly the toss will be spun in a moment or so. How important is the toss in these conditions, Clyde?
Well, I think it's very important because you have to take the weather and everything into consideration, and looking at the pitch, whether the pitch would have had any moisture, because it has not been open a lot over the past couple of days, and there may still be a little preparation moisture in the pitch. I really doubt it, but I'm sure that will play a part in it. And then a lot of times in interrupted play.
Staying true to form. We had quite a bit of rainfall yesterday and a lot of rainfall this morning, but thankfully we can get things going with the toss. It's my pleasure to introduce the captains, Nicholas Pooran of the West Indies, Mamadullah Riyad, captain of Bangladesh, and the former West Indian captain, Sir Richard Richardson, now match referee, will provide oversight. Call is made. Heads it is. So, Mohamed Mamadullah, you win the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bat first. Seems like a quite dry game, so hopefully if we can...
SWB audio capture, not registered.
Have you made changes to your team from the last game?
Yeah, we've got Nasir Mohammed, who's a specialist Brazilian spinner, and he's been doing really well, so Taskin Ahmed is not.
Upon reflection, looking at that last game, when you look at the batting effort, what would be some of the crucial things you would have highlighted to your team?
I think a few positives over there. Sakib's batting was the positive. Hang around till the 23rd and 260 odd score. I think bowling department is a crucial part where we I think probably lacked a few executions and went for some runs. So we try to chop it down and try to play a very good game today.
It's your first T20 international at this venue, but you played here before. What do you make of the conditions?
Yeah, I think it's similar to probably our condition as well. The ball spins around quite well. So hopefully we can play a good game.
Very best to you. Let's get Nicholas Puran in here. Nicholas, jog your memory to 2013, 52 in your first T20 match, and then your last game here, a half century as well. Do you consider Providence one of your favorite venues?
Yeah, definitely.
Any changes to your 11 for today's game? And what about in terms of the conditions here? Have you thought about winning this series and how significant that will be to you and your team?
Yeah, we spoke about winning and feeling. I believe that here is a good place for us to get a series win. We're insane that we need to do the right things together.
All the very best to you and your team.
Thank you.
Well, the news, the Bangladesh, they won the toss and they will bat first.
So that was Darren Gangle with the two skippers out in the middle, and you've heard the news that Bangladesh, they have won the toss and they're going to take a bat first. Clyde, your thought on the decision?
Not really surprised, and I think what Mamadullah said may be a point as well, because like we said, the pitch has been covered
SWB audio capture, not registered.
How much water would have been put into the square, we would not know. And he's saying the pitch looks dry, and maybe it'll just turn a little bit later on. So, when you win the toss and you decide to bat as well, you've got to decide what total you're going to get, how you're going to get there. And maybe they're thinking that they're better defending than setting a target. And they've played an extra spinner in this game as well. They've left out one of their seamers and they're bringing in the left-arm spinner. So that is going to be a plus for them as well, that they've won the toss and they're bowling last.
Yes, certainly. So that's interesting indeed. Bangladesh, no doubt, depending heavily on their spinners. That might very well be the thought, that West Indies chase here today, and we can bog them down. So in another 12 minutes or so, we shall see ball number one in this final T20 international between the West Indies and Bangladesh, with Bangladesh winning the toss and they deciding they're going to take first strike. And Clyde, I will leave you more, and you'll be joined by John Ramsing. Well, John is going to be here in a moment, but we also have in our midst as well one of our analysts from Guyana, first-class player, Neil Barry. Neil is in the commentary box, and no doubt he has some words of wisdom to share with us just before we get ball number one going. And Neil would have been around for quite a while. He has analyzed many international matches with us, and it's good to see him here at the National Stadium. Providence joining the Cotton Drive network, and did not hesitate once he heard that international cricket is being played here. Hello to you, Neil. Good afternoon.
SWB audio
Welcome
capture,
to Cotton Drive
not
network,
registered.
from the Providence Stadium.
Good afternoon, Indigit. As we say in Guyana, long time. And for those under the sound of my voice, wherever you are, forgive me for using the Guyanese slang, but I'm, of course, with my countrymen. Good afternoon to you, wherever you are. I think it might be good evening in Bangladesh. If you're following us on the Cotton Dry Network. This is a new one. Talk to me about this.
Yes, the Cotton Drive Network, Mr. Andrew Mason out of Barbados. He's the chief executive producer of that network. It has been around for a while.
That goes to show how long I've been absent from doing analytical work. on these matches. But certainly it's good to be back. Let me say good afternoon to Andrew Mason, wherever you are, sir. Thanks for inviting me. Yes, an interesting day's play is looming ahead, no doubt about that. Bangladesh, losing the 2 test matches and, dropping the second T20 would want to come back. And I think winning the toss is a good step in that direction. Of course, you still got to execute. You need to put a good score on board here. The Providence stage and the pitch has improved considerably from 2007 to now. The bounce is a bit more consistent. There's a healthier shade of grass on the surface. Kudos to the new management team in place. And one hopes that it can continue to play that way. It's just 40 overs, so it should remain consistent. The outfield, of course, is dry, but there will be moisture. A lot of rain has been falling over the last month or so, and yourself and Clyde Butts we're talking about that. So there will be surface moisture. They would do their work. They've done a lot of mopping up work, would have carried a super supper around the ground, carried
SWB audio capture not registered.
That will always play a factor. Now we're starting late in the afternoon, so the West Indies will be bowling second. Anytime after 5 to 6 in this open space here at Providence, the Jew factor will come into play. That's the evidence is there to be seen. So it'll be interesting to see, what type of total Bangladesh will want to put on board, because they know that their spinners have an impact, and if they want them to have that level of impact, they would need a bit of a dry ball or allow themselves a bit of latitude to work their magic. On the other hand, from the West Indies point of view, they would want to minimize any damage done in the T20 onslaught. I think par score here should be about 160. Might be pushing it a bit. Some would say 150. But I would say 160 is par score. And should the West Indies restrict Bangladesh to that or less, they stand a very good chance of chasing that down. In the outfield, where, of course, the night dew and the wetness of the ball will have an impact.
Yes. Are you disappointed with the performance of Bangladesh in this 2022 tour of the West Indies? They were beaten badly in the test matches. Coming to the T20 version of the game, they were on the ropes in the first, the second beaten by 35 runs.
Well, life have ebbs and flows. And one would have to understand the environment in which they're playing now to maybe get some idea as to why they are playing the way they are. Shakibul Hasan was obviously out of the equation for a while, but he came back in. He's given the captaincy. And, of course, he's a class player. But some of the other players
SWB audio capture not registered.
It happens with time and age. And I think they're possibly thinking about rebuilding and how best they can go about that. They've got the natural talent. There's no doubt about that. They have a good coaching staff. It's now for them to put it all together. It's never easy traveling and playing different conditions, different environment. And the less experienced your squad is the more of an impact that traveling and playing will be. But of course, it can only take one game to turn things around. And if they have a good game today with the bat, some of their known players, should some of their known players come out and fire Mamadullah, Mahedi Hassan, Shakid himself, if those guys come out and score well, then we can have a good game in our hands. So it just take maybe a good game for them to rebound, but let's wait and see.
Yes, it might very well be a competitive game. As far as the spectatorship is concerned, it's good to see that the gates are open. COVID-19 restrictions have been eased a little and people can come out to watch the game. We might not have almost 50% here today, might very well be less than that. But it's good to see spectators coming out here. It's international cricket, and they're having a little freedom now to watch the game.
Yes, it's good to have some matches. I mean, times have really changed. The construction of this facility here in Guyana has allowed for international matches to be played here during our main rainy season, the May-June rain, which over the last 10 to 15 years have been extended from May to September. So it's good to have some amount of cricket. The stands sparsely populated at this time.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Is on, people get off work. You may very well see a lot more people in attendance, and of course the 3-1 internationals follow this. I'm quite sure they will be well supported.
Yes, we're certain about that, and I guess as the afternoon goes by, we are going to have much more people coming out here in Dominica. There was great support for the T20 matches, and that is good to see. And of course, after this final T20 is completed, we move into the CG United One Day International Series between West Indies and Bangladesh. The first ODI is on the 10th, that's Sunday coming. The second ODI is on the 13th, that's Wednesday. And the third ODI is on the 16th, that's a Saturday. All three matches will start at 9 hours 30. So there are lots of cricket to look forward here to at the National Stadium at Providence. So the news is that Bangladesh, they have won the toss and they have decided that they're going to take first strike against the West Indies in this third and final T20 International. As I speak with you, the players, they're making their way out of the dressing room. That's the West Indies team they will be fielding. And Neil, you look at the West Indies bowling lineup here, a good mixture of spin and good pace bowling as well.
Yes, most of the players in the West Indies side, one can say they are now experienced. I mean, Aiden Walsh Jr., right, would be one of the least experienced players in the side. But he have played quite a number of matches now, so he have gained that experience. So with him, with the left-arm spinner Akil Hussain, you know, they can certainly pose a threat. The seam bowling lineup with Smith, Shepherd, you know, Paul, Mackay, even Alari Joseph, whoever they decide in the final 11.
SWB audio capture
all
not
of these
registered.
Guys are experienced, and they can deliver. Right. The thing is can they deliver consistently as a group over 20 overs? That will be the test for them to all hit their line, hit their lengths, hold, you know, respond to the pressure that will come to bear. T20 is an exciting game, it's a fast-paced game. The batsmen are hunting you. There are quite a few more shots in their repertoire these days. So you as a bowler have got to have your thinking cap on. So yes, you have the experience, you would have done it before, but you've got to come back out and do it again. Every game is a new game, new start, so you've got to focus properly on that.
Yes, so the players continue to make their way out into the middle, and it's good to see that the rains have stopped and play is about to be started. No reduction of overs whatsoever. And my take on it, looking at the entire weather scenario, that we might very well have a complete T20 match between West Indies and Bangladesh. And West Indies, no doubt, will be looking for early wickets. Can the opening pair of Bangladesh give them a good start? Something that they will be looking forward to. More thoughts from you, Neil, and you'll be joined by John Ramsing, our colleague.
Thank you, Indrajit, as I welcome John Ramsing to the commentary position. The teams are making their way out. One can expect an interesting passage of play. The next 4 or 5 overs, as I welcome John once again, will be quite critical, I think, to both sides, but more so to Bangladesh. They would not want to lose early wickets. They would want to ensure that they can have the resources at hand, especially for the latter half of the T20 innings. But, of course, they must negotiate the West Indies seam bowlers and spinners, because West Indies have been starting.
SWB audio capture not registered.
With the new ball, and from the commentary box and We see Males will take up the attack, and he's a crafty bowler, move the ball around and hit good lengths. Welcome, John. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Neil. Good afternoon to our listeners. Yes, third T20 International, West Indies against Bangladesh. Well, Inajit, after giving you the news of the toss, did not give you the full list of players that are on the park today. So Bangladesh coming from Animal Haq, Litanda, Shakib Al Hassan, Mamadullah, Arif Hussain, Nurul Hassan, Mossadegh Hussain, Maheri Hassan, Shariful Islam, Mustafizur Rahman, and Nasum Ahmad. As the players take the knee, which is now customary before such matches, equal rights and justice for all across all platforms.
Yes, I think this is important to send that message. We want to ensure that we stamp out any issue of prejudice, and I think it's good that all people across the world can take that stand, because we need to be able to come together, live together, work together, play together, compete against each other with love and unity. I fully support and endorse that move.
West Indies today will come from Nicholas Pooran, captain, Brandon King, Kyle Mayers, Shamar Brooks, Rovman Powell, Romario Shepherd, Odin Smith, Dominic Drakes, Akil Hussain, Obed McCoy, Hayden Walsh, Kimo Paul missing out, and Dominic Drakes in from the last game. First ball, it's outside the off stump, and the batter will get a single as Mayers start from the media center end and northern end of the ground. So Bangladesh off and running. It's one without loss.
And a bit of a misfield there by Akil Hussain, I think, in the short third man area. Starting with Kyle Mayers, allow Pooran to a few options in terms of putting two men out on the leg side and bringing up the third man. Hussain was not able to get across.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Mayers short delivery to Das, and this it's outside the off stump and goes through nicely to the keeper. A wicketkeeper Pooran. There's one step in Rovman Powell. There's a gully in Akil Hussain, like you mentioned. A backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, a deep backward square, and a man at fine leg on the boundary. Mayers still in over number one. Passes on by Braffett now. That's outside the off stump, and it's full. It's driven down towards point. It's going to get very close to the boundary. Chase is on, and it will be pulled up just in front of the boundary by Hayden Walsh Jr., but the batsman will have enough time for 3 runs.
Yes, full and wide outside the line of the off stump, just missing on his line. I think once you see a field like that set by your captain, the understanding is that you'll try to bowl as straight as possible, attacking the stumps, not allowing the batsman room outside the line of the off stump. All 2 scoring shots were provided, or the opportunity came because the balls were wide outside the line. This last one was wide and full, and the batsman played it square of the wicket, but due to the slowness in the outfield, did not run away for 4.
So Das is right-handed. He awaits Mayers once again. Wide outside the off stump, came back in nicely. There's a half-hearted appeal for a leg before, and umpire Bradfield says not out, and they were looking for a single. Good delivery.
Very good delivery. Pitched just outside the line of the off stump. Came back in with the seam. Some amount of swing and then movement off the pitch as well for Mayers. I think that's what he was striving for in the initial stages, but just started a bit too wide. But that was correct length. Allowed the ball to deviate off the seam into the batsman. Was a bit high. Was always going over the top. Even though the batsman was a bit, those batsmen from Bangladesh are a bit on the short side. That was always going to miss the stumps and go over the top of it.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Looking for the breakthrough. This is still over number 1. Outside the off stump again to the right-handed batter, and he dabs this one down towards Gully, and Das gets a single. So rotation in the strike again. The score moves on by 1. It's now 5 without loss. So this is now the 16th match between these two sides at this level, T20 level. West Indies won 8 of those previous matches. Bangladesh 5, 2 no result. West Indies leading the series 1-0 so far. Outside the off stump again, this time defensive. So that's the end of the over. The first over of West Indies against Bangladesh. Bangladesh winning the toss and batting after 1 over, 4 without loss.
4 or 5 without loss. I think it's a good start indeed by the Bangladeshi batsmen negotiating the medium pace of Kyle Mears, just trying a bit too much to get that big, prodigious off-cutter. But most of his delivery was a bit too wide, a bit straight, allowed the batsman to free the arm. But once he got it right, a couple of deliveries, he got it right, it came back in, nipped back into the right-handers and really tugged them up. That is what he wants to do, but he just erred in line for a couple of deliveries. I'm quite sure he will correct that. In this fast-paced T20 environment, you'll possibly see a lot of bowling rotation. So I think the captain, Pooran, is just trying to ensure he can get, certain bowlers, get the overs in early, minimize the damage later on in the game.
So Obed McCoy will pick up the attack, bowling from the southern end of the ground, the players' pavilion end. It's going to be bowling to Das. So Das is on 1. Animal Hack at the other end is on 4. He's down the leg side, his first delivery. Very wayward from Obed McCoy as he comes over the wicket, in fact, to the right-hander. And the first extra.
SWB audio capture not registered.
One look at this field, there's no fine leg, so Obed McCoy will be well advised. I'm quite sure his captain and others will be encouraging him to look at the field. It's a 6-3 offside bias field, no fine leg. You certainly don't want to stay on that line. He has to make that correction immediately.
Here he comes once again. Posed on the line of middle stump this time. The play is forward. Das plays it into the onside, will get a single. The second is going to be on as well. Shepherd will have to come all the way from mid-wicket, just in front of that big scoreboard to collect. But 2 more, once again, on the line of leg stump from Obed McCoy.
Well, once you come in with that angle over the wicket, and anything pitched on the line of the leg stump to angle across, once the batsman can get over to his off stump, he has acres of space to work with on the onside. You need to be starting that ball more outside the line of the off stump.
There's a loud appeal for a leg before this time as the ball is pitched just about leg stump from McCoy. And Das forward, half forward you'd want to say. And umpire says not out. Umpire Leslie Reeford Jr. That was a good appeal though.
A good shot, but I think the batsman Das possibly thinking I missed out because that was a bit over pitch on the line of the leg stump. I think he tried to go too square, tried to hit it too hard. Had he gone straight through the line of the delivery, it would have been more, he would have had some success. And even as we speak, Pooran, recognizing the difficulty of McCoy to respond to that field, have made a change.
This time he goes wide outside the off stump and too wide and signaled wide. So that was very wide of the mark this time, not getting it right. And a wide goes into the scorer's book, 9 without loss.
And as life, life is such a funny thing. As soon as the captain give you a bit more support on the onside, you overcompensated and pitched it very wide outside the line of the off stump.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Das settles and awaits McCoy. Das on 3. Here's McCoy once again. Ball's outside the line of leg stump and it's flicked to just to the left of wicketkeeper Pooran. In fact, leg byes will be signaled now and has to be cleaned up by Akil Hussain. So Obed McCoy continues to bowl on that leg stump line and is lucky to get away with that one, just a leg by.
Good work by Hussain because Pooran couldn't get across to that. I think had some bat onto it, it would have gone a lot quicker. And Hussain, who was a short fine leg at the edge of the 30-meter circle, would not have been able to get around and cut it off.
Animal Hack is on strike this time. This time it's outside the leg stump once again and yet again signaled wide. So extras contributing healthily in this over and the total now on to 11. Extras 4.
Well, you want to hope that these events don't come back to haunt the team going forward. You really, in this IPS game, want to give extras away, in that manner. For every delivery extra you bowl, you're feeding into the resources of the other side, and then they can hurt you, especially in the latter half of the innings.
Let's see what McCoy will do this time. Passes the umpire again and bowls just on that leg, middle stump, coming into the right-handed batter, and he turns it off his hip for a single. That short fine leg. Akil Hussain comes in and will just be a single. But it's good to see that we're having some cricket here, Mr. Barry, after all the rain this morning and yesterday.
Yeah, lots of rain in Guyana. We're in the middle of our rainy season, and we know what happens during this time. So yes, indeed, it's good. Kudos to the ground staff and to this facility for facilitating this match.
McCoy down the leg side again, and this time Das not allowed to play.
SWB audio capture not registered.
By Pooran, the keeper again, and now we're seeing Obed McCoy going down as if to suggest something is wrong with his footing. That resulted in him sending that one wide, but yet again, wayward delivery.
Yes, definitely struggling at this time in terms of maintaining or developing the consistency required to get to your overs. Right, some 4 wides in this innings alone, a lot of ill-directed deliveries. Some just came off the body of the batsman, but they were able to rotate the strike through all of this. I mean, the score have gone up to 13, some 8 runs in this over, no boundaries. And extras have contributed, to 50% of the run score in this over.
Let's see if we get it right this time. McCoy bowls to Das, and Das turns this one off the hip nicely, but there's a feeder deep backward square. Rovman Powell comes off the boundary and he collects. So just one rotation in the strike, and the score moves on to 14. With that, Das moves on to 4, equaling Animal Hack. And like I said, it's total 14 without loss. So Bangladesh trailing 0-1 in this 3-match series. This is the final game. First match in Dominica rained out. West Indies won the second. There's a short lifting delivery on the line of the middle stump, and there's Hack looking to punch it back up the track and not handling it cleanly, and his partner looking for a single was sent back. That's the end of the second over. Bangladesh winning the toss and batting 14 without loss. Both batters on 4.
A bit exuberant, the batsmen at the non-strikers, and calling for a single that would have been very, very tough indeed. I think he did not factor in that the delivery was short, pushing the batter up onto his back foot, so he would have to start it from that position to then go forward.
SWB audio capture not registered.
So we're about to start over number 3, and it's going to be Kyle Mears to continue. Mears will be bowling his second over. First cost just 5 runs. So after 2 overs, Bangladesh 14 without loss. Litan Das is on 5 in fact, and his partner Hack on 3. So Das will take strike as Mears starts new over. And this one has started outside the middle and off stump and went back over the stump, down the leg side, but not signaled wide by the umpire. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite. Like I said, Gregory Brathwaite and Leslie Rifford Jr., the standing umpires in this game.
And we've seen what he can do as well in test format.
So, Mears will continue. The sun is really hot at the moment. Mid-afternoon here in Guyana. Mears from over the wicket. Bowls a full delivery, angled back into Das, and Das equal to the task, drives down towards long on. Dominic Drakes is there, and just a single. So getting some exaggerated movement from the right-hand medium fast bowler Kyle Mears.
Yeah, he has the ability to swing the ball as well as get movement off of the wicket. I think that's what the captain is relying on.
Here he is again, full delivery on the line of middle stump, and he did well, Hack, to get bat on ball, and eventually got a single, but that was very well bowled.
And what he does is also allow the captain to, with the control he's getting in terms of bowling full and straight, to set the field in the appropriate manner, so that should the batsman get a shot in, he has the protection at long on and at deep square leg.
SWB audio capture not registered.
This time, and it's driven down towards extra cover. There's a big gap there. The chase is on, and Romari Shepherd is going to pull it up just in front of the ropes, and he was supported by Brandon King, and the batsman will have enough time for 2 runs. So that was a full toss and driven down towards extra cover. 2 more to Bangladesh, 18 without loss in over number 3.
It was a full delivery, but also kudos to the batsman. He made that into a full toss because he advanced down the track, recognizing that Mears do not have a lot of pace, but he is getting some swing. So he advanced down the track, which is what a lot of players do these days, to negate those swings and to upset the rhythm of the ball and was able to place it to the left of the man at extra cover. But due to the slowness of the outfield with all that rainfall, it did not go into the boundary.
Mears once again. This time it's flicked away. Full ball on the line of middle leg. Flicked away down towards mid-wicket. The fielder at backward square comes around but cannot stop it. That's Odin Smith and 4 more to Bangladesh. And now the score into the 20s. 22 without loss, still at over number 3.
Good shot by Little Das. That one was, the length was just a bit, not too full, but just on the off volley, but swinging into the leg stump, and he was able to get under it and hit it over mid-wicket for 4. That's a very good shot. And I think, John, that shot was created by the previous delivery which the batsman advanced and made it into a full toss.
Once again, Mears just on the line of off stump this time. And the batter just opening the face of the bat and taking a very single, laying it with soft hands. And that's the end of the second over from Kyle Mears, the third overall. Bangladesh batting first, 23 without loss.
And a productive over for Bangladesh. Little Das decided to take the fight to Kyle Mears, having watched a few deliveries, didn't swing in, worked out exactly what Kyle was doing with the ball, advanced down the wicket, punch him through the offside.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Just his length, and he was able to get on the one, hit it over mid-wicket for 4. But also that is pushing his partner to respond to quick singles, so they ensure that there is strike rotation. So that was, thus far, a productive field for Bangladesh after 3 overs, 23. They're off to a good start.
McCoy, 1 over, none for 7, and it's taken out of the attack. And it's going to be left arm spin in the form of Akil Hussain. Das is on 13, and Haq, his partner, on 4. 23 without loss, over number 4. So the first sign of spin in the form of Akil Hussain, and he's going to be coming from the southern end of the ground, the players' pavilion end. Das on 13, 1 boundary to him. Awaits Akil Hussain. There's a short third man, a backward point cover, an extra cover on the outside. And this one is played just from the middle stump into the onside. A bit short delivery. Forward of square comes off Romari Shepherd from the boundary. So 1. Das moves on to 14, 24 without loss. And Hussain spin over number 4.
Not surprised. After that over from Obed McCoy, I think the captain did the right move. He needs to exact some control over the scoring rate.
Here's a nice flighted delivery on the line of middle stump and a chance for a run out as the ball was played just to the left of the square, really, and just a single taken. But they had to step on the gas, and eventually they got there.
Well, there is some amount of space between mid-on and the man just behind square on the onside. So once you can weight the ball nicely away from those two and make the bowler move, the opportunity for a single is there.
Quick delivery from Akil Hussain, and this one is slapped away nicely down towards that wide third man region by Das, and he will get his second boundary, and it's going to be 14 to Das.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Without loss.
Yeah, that was a very good shot indeed. A shot made by footwork, just to give himself some room to the onside. The length was just on the shorter side. He freed his arms up and was able to play just back with a point for 4. That's a good shot. A bit of improvisation, but this is what happens in modern cricket.
Hussain again, round the wicket to the right-handed Das. A little bit of flight on the line of the middle and leg stump, turned into the onside. And the fielder at mid-wicket will collect in Odin Smith. So just a single. But on the offside is that short third man, a backward point, a cover, and extra cover. A tight ring on the offside. And he managed to get that one through easily. Das. So it's going to be Haq to face this time. A quicker delivery on the line of leg stump. And Haq goes into his crease, plays it off of the back foot down towards mid-on, and gets a single. So Hussain varying his pace, varying his lengths, but kept a nice line throughout the over so far. 31 without loss in over number 4. The first of spin here at Providence, and this delivery outside the off stump. There's an appeal for a stumping, and it's going to go upstairs. Hussain drawing Das out of his crease, and there's Puran taking the bails off very quickly And question asked of umpire Gregory Brathwaite, who's at square leg. The West Indies, you can see from the body language, they're not certain. The batters are not certain as well. We are not certain. We'll have to wait. Neil, how do you see that one?
To me, a good delivery, just drawing the batsman forward and getting some purchase and turn away from him. Pooran is very quick to take the bails off. It will be whether or not the batsman was not able to have anything grounded just behind the line. Remember, the line is the umpires or the field inside on, so the batsman, to be safe, needs to be grounded just behind. We'll have to wait on the replay decision. We do not have the benefit
SWB audio capture not registered
between the umpires as you look at all the angles. So, like the rest of the persons in the stand, we will have to wait on the decision that is pending on the large scoreboard.
So 8 runs in the over, and then that appeal for stumping. You mentioned the spectators in the stands. We have a few, Neil Barry. Today is Thursday afternoon, and lots of persons getting the opportunity to watch cricket, and not out comes up on the replay screen, on the big screen, and that is going to be the end of the over. So 4 overs completed. After 4 overs, 31 without loss. Bangladesh. Litton Das is on 19 with him. Animal Haq on 6. Odin Smith is going to pick up the attack, and he's going to be bowling from the northern end of the ground. The players the media center end of the ground. Kyle Mayers, 2 overs not for 14, is out of the attack. And he starts with a full toss on the line of the middle leg stump, and it's clipped away down towards fine leg, and it's going to go into the boundary now. 4 runs. Bad start to his spell from Odin Smith, and already conceding 4 runs. 35 without loss at the start of over number 5.
Definitely not a good start by Odin Smith. Maybe the moisture on the ball, a lot of strike rotation was that, so the ball would have been moving around on the slippery outfield. Remember, a lot of rain would have fallen, so there would be some amount of moisture there. So that just slipped, and the batsman made full use of it.
Here is Smith once again outside the off stump. This one's a bit short, and the batter just punches it down towards backward point, and it's cleaned up nicely by Hayden Walsh Jr. So a dot ball. Animal Haq looks very positive indeed, very composed. He's on to 10, now into double figures. Litton Das is on 19.
SWB audio capture not registered.
All by himself, no slip, no gully. Here is Smith, and this one is in the air, off the outside edge. It's going to be taken at third man. And that was a very good delivery, just outside the off stump. And there was Animal Haq, as you were saying, looking composed. This time looking for a big shot. And the ball flew off the outside edge, down to third man, and it's taken easily. It looks like Akil Hussain coming off of the boundary, the fall of the first Bangladeshi wicket. It's now 35 for the loss of 1 in over number 5 with Haq caught the third man for 10.
Well, I think he will not be too happy with that. It was off to a good start. The team, going close to 6 runs and to 7 runs and over. The batsman at the other end is scoring, getting runs. That delivery was not there for that type of shot. It was a bit improvised, went across the line of the ball. Leading edge found, and a good running catch by McCoy, I think, at third man, running to his left and taking a very comfortable catch. So the breakthrough is hard, but definitely the batsman contributed significantly to his dismissal, especially in the fact, John, that the first delivery you were gifted with a boundary. The first delivery in the over, you were gifted with a boundary.
So Odin Smith getting a breakthrough in his very first over. Like you said, the first ball was a full toss and it went to the boundary for 4. Then he bowled the next delivery back of the length and got a dot ball. But this time there's a rush of blood, and he's gone. So the new batter is making his way into the middle. Looks like Shakib Al Hassan. We still have to confirm that. Yes, it is number 75, Shakib Al Hassan. Lots of experience. And Smith will go round the wicket immediately to the left-hander, and the slip in place already. Here's Smith.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Gets with outside the off stump and slashes it over the fielder at that backward point region, and it goes into the boundary. The fielder third man had no chance. 1 bounce for 4, and immediately the boundary of the bat of Hassan And the score now on to 39 for 1.
But that's the way he plays, and he will try to maximize the power play. This is the fifth over in the power play, so he will try to go hard and see what he can get. But of course, we'll want to be watchful. You've just lost a wicket, and he is the danger man out there for Bangladesh. The long he bats is the more difficult it will be for the West Indies.
Yeah, this time Odie Smith gets a short delivery to Hassan, and he plays it off the back foot with soft hands and immediately took off for a single. So that's got awareness as well. And rotation in the strike, getting off strike after hitting a boundary. And the score now on to 40 for a loss of 1.
And you only in over number 5. So they're off at a good clip. It just need for some consolidation. Litton Das is looked to really pick up those short singles. He's pushing his partner, right? So if they can keep rotating the strike and then pick up the boundary every now and then, they can maintain the scoring rate.
Odie Smith outside the off stump, and here's Hack. Gets a delivery. It pushes him back onto the back foot, but he plays it out with soft hand down towards that very short cover point region, and we get a single. So they'll take the single and end the over. So that's the end of 5 overs, over which they lost the wicket of Animal Hack, caught by Hussain, a third man, for 10. And after 5 overs, Bangladesh 41 for a loss of 1. More from you, Neil, then it will be Indrajit Prasad.
41 for 1 after 5 overs. This is the final over in the power play. Das and 19, Shakabil Hassan is
SWV audio capture not registered.
Litton Das to bat long and bat deep, because he's the one who's rotating the strike nicely, not afraid to play the big shot, but he's also looking for those quick singles, and especially now with a left and a right hand batting combination. As I welcome back Indrajit at the crease. Bangladesh would want for this pair to bat deep. If they can bat the next 5 overs, allowing Bangladesh the resources of 9 wickets in hand to bat the last 10, they can really look at putting on a big score.
Yes, hello to you, Neil. Hello once again to listeners, and we're watching Romario Shepherd from the southern end. He comes up and bowls to Das, gets a good delivery, right on target this time. Just cutting back into the right-hander, and he's defending on the own side of the pitch, and there is no run. 41 for the loss of 1. We're in over a number 6 so far. They have lost the 1 wicket, but so far it has been a solid start. Good start by Shakib Al Hassan. His first delivery was blasted away down towards the backward point boundary. And now we see that the third man is going out down towards the boundary, and the fine third man is coming in. This is cut away down towards backward point on the boundary. As the return comes in, sprayed it a little bit wide outside the line of the off stump, but good single.
A good single indeed. I think the Puan recognizing the strength of Litton Das, just pull up the third man, drop the deep backward point down, and just giving the support to Shepherd just in case he aired outside the line of the off stump. That delivery is a bit short and touch wide, but no damage done, only a single had because he put the field in the correct area.
Yes, so this has brought the left-handed Shakib Al Hassan in strike. Shepherd bowls to Hassan. He's swinging at this one. That's gone miles in the air. Odin Smith settles under it, takes the catch, and he's gone. Shakib Al Hassan, what a reckless shot to play at this stage of the
audio
innings.
capture
Got the
not
top
registered.
edge high into the air, and Odin Smith took a fine catch, waited it almost a year and a half, and pulled it off for the trouble for Bangladesh, losing their ace batter. It's now 42 for the loss of 2.
Sometimes the things that tear us apart are the ones that unite us and bring us closer together. Where there is life, let's keep on dreaming. Where there is love, let's find unity. Where there is hope, keep on believing. Keep holding on. A message from Sajikor.
Yes, so Shakib has departed, and this spells some trouble for Bangladesh if we can judge the way they have batted so far in this tournament. He's a good scalp to get.
Yes, indeed. I mean, he is the captain. One knows that he is an aggressive player. But there are times when you can take your aggression too far. There are times when I think you can rethink. If you have that second chance, really look back. And if he looks back at this, I'm sure he would have made another option. The delivery was not there for that type of shot. It was not necessary at this time. Rotating the strike with Litton Das, going deep might have been a better option. But Shakib, that's the way he bats. And he backs himself to go after those big shots. It did not work this time.
Yes, it didn't work. So Das is in strike. Shepherd bowls to him. He's coming forward, opens the face, brilliantly stopped at backward point by Odin Smith, but cannot prevent the single, so they get the run. One more to the score. It's 43 now for the loss of 2. The new batter is Afif Hussain, who has come out into the middle. Played a good hand for 30 in the second T20 International.
SWB audio capture not registered.
As well. And these two must be looking now to develop a partnership.
A partnership is key. If Bangladesh is going to get the big score, you do not want to lose too many more wickets within the next 4 or 5 overs. If not, you really cannot put the metal to the pedal and really accelerate when you want to. They've got to rethink their strategy. They've got to try to maintain and ensure that they have resources available to launch and answer to the back end of the innings.
Shepherd strives once again, comes out and bowls to Hussain. He's tucking this one off the hips, down through forward square, and he's off the mark with one. Was in the air for a while, but fell very safely, so immediately he's off the mark. One more to the Bangladesh score. They move on now to 44 for the loss of 2. The 2 wickets back in the pavilion. Animal Hack was caught by Hussain. Got a short delivery too. He went to play the pull shot. He made 10. And it was 35 for the loss of 1. Then 42 for the loss of 2 when Shakib went. Das is in strike. Shepherd comes in, bowls to Das, gets a good delivery. He's coming forward, plays it down towards wide mid-off. The return comes in. There is no run. So 6 overs have been completed. At the end of 6, Bangladesh, they're 44 for the loss of 2.
A good over by Shepherd. He picked up the wicket of the captain, Shakib Hassan. He maintained some fairly good line and length, did not give away any boundaries. And Shepherd, of course, by now is an experienced player at the T20 international level. He also would have played a lot of games at the Providence Stadium, so he understands the vagaries of the pitch, knows exactly what areas to hit. And he demonstrated that knowledge and ability during his first over.
Yes, he certainly did. Now, Akil Hussain will pick the bowling up in over
SWB audio
7.
capture not registered.
He'll be bowling to the left-handed. That's I'll get that for you in a moment. That's Afif Hussain. So previously, Hussain 1 over that cost him 8 runs, and the left-hander is going to face up to him with a backward point. There is cover on the boundary, extra cover. There is also long off. There is long on, mid-wicket out on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary as well. And there is a short, straight mid-wicket inside the circle. So now the fielder out on the forward square boundary has been asked to come in a little bit closer. So we're watching Hussain. He has been excellent so far in this year's T20 tournament against Bangladesh. Turned away into the onside, getting a delivery pitch just about the line of the leg stump. And the left-hander is getting it to turn into the left-hander as well. And he plays it away down towards short mid-wicket. So Afif just surveys the field, taps away the crease once again. Akil Hussain bowling over the wicket. Left arm orthodox comes in and bowls that short and looking to pull it away, comes off the top of the pad, and Nicholas Pooran sprinted away from the stumps, cannot prevent the single, and the umpire signals by. So 1 more to the score. Good rotation of the strike so far.
Good aggressive run, and that is one of the strengths being exhibited here by Litton Das, because he's the one who's making these runs. And we talk about the dampness in the outfield. Pooran, as he left and went after the delivery, just lost his footing, which shows that there's still quite some amount of moisture on the outfield. And let me apologize, I did mention that Shakib was the captain, but it's Mamadula who's
Yes.
captain of the T20 series. So let me apologize to Mamadula if he's listening. I don't want to take your captaincy away from
SWB
you.
audio capture not registered.
Here is Hussein once again. He comes in and balls, and the bails have been taken off. But no doubt that was grounded. And that was an excellent delivery to has the batsman just groping at it. Well bowled by Hussein.
Excellent delivery, good length, had some purchase in it. He is obviously putting some amount of revs on the ball, drew the batsman forward, not for the first time. He did one when he came on his very first over, and this one was a similar delivery.
Yes, so here is Hussein once again. Comes in, bowls to Das onto the back foot. It goes. It was in the air, and generally he's an excellent fielder to his own bowling. Was it in the ground or was it very close to the bowler?
I think it might have been close, but I don't think he could have actually reached it. The ball did stop a little bit in the pitch, and Das was into the shot just a little bit early, and the ball just did not carry, I think, just not by far. And Hussein actually, I think, responded just a little late.
Yes, he was actually surprised that the ball actually came back to him. Afif is in strike now. He comes forward, rolled the wrist nicely down towards where a forward short leg would have been. Quick fielding here by Hayden Walsh Jr. prevented any thought of a single, and he has always been a live wire in the field. Walsh Jr. attacked the ball nicely. Here is Akil Hussein once again, takes his time, comes up and bowls to Afif. He's turning this one down towards a backward square. The fielder comes off the boundary, sends the left-handed return in, and has the batsman diving away there. Well done, Afif Hussein, ensuring that he claims his crease. The over has been completed. 7 overs gone. At the end of 7, it's 48 for the loss of 2.
SWB audio
as these two
capture
teams
not
continue to
registered.
battle away against each other.
And I tell you, Inderjeet, if that was a direct hit, it would have been an interesting call by the umpire. Good run, yes, but had that been a direct hit, I think he would have been gone.
Yes, so Dominic Drakes will now come into the bowling attack with Bangladesh. 48 for the loss of 2. 23 is Liton Das and Afif Hussein. He is on 3. And over number 8 is about to be started. I say hello once again to Clyde. Well, Clyde is just ensuring that all is well, sanitizing, and that's good. COVID-19 is still around. Wants to ensure that the mic is well and rubbing his hands as too. We hope that everybody will continue to take your necessary precaution. So over number 8 is about to be started, and it's going to be Vasper Drakes, and he will be bowling to the right-handed Liton Das. There is fine third man, backward point, there is cover, extra cover, and a wide mid-off. Here is the left arm medium fast, comes in, bowls to Das. He's cutting this one away down towards third man, coming off the boundary. The return comes in by Mears, and they get the single. One more to the score. It's now on to 49 for the loss of 2. As I say hello to Clyde Butts.
Good afternoon to you again, Inderjeet. Yes, certainly it's been very interesting play so far. We have seen the West Indian captain changing his bowling around. We did see Mears opening, and yet the lots of changes in terms of the bowling. The feeling has been pretty good. I think when you look at the way how the 2 batters went, probably the first one would say he might have been a little unlucky, but I don't think Hussein can say that. He was going after a wild shot as they look to get 2 here, and they're going to get 2 easy runs.
Yes, and that was nicely worked away into the onside. Down through forward square by Afif Hussein. Good cricketing shot, knowing exactly where the scoring opportunities are.
SWB audio capture
and that has
not
gone to 50
registered.
up for Bangladesh. They are 51 for the loss of 2 wickets. We are in over number 8. So that should bring some relief to them, losing the 2 early wickets. Here is Drakes. He turns in the distance once again. Open-chested, passes the umpire, comes in, bowls to his end. He's driving there, taken on the pad. Half-hearted appeal for a leg before, and not out, says the umpire. Was that going down the leg side?
I think he was looking to heave that over mid-wicket. Didn't get hold of it, and I think the players are still really asking whether they should have gone upstairs for that. Because I tell you what, that may have been very close indeed, as that was I was pitched up just under about the off stump. Came back a bit. I think the bounce may have been the one that they were thinking about there. But certainly very, very close.
Yeah, that was very, very close indeed. We do not have the advantage of looking at a monitor at the moment as Drake's. He turns in the distance once again. That should give him some courage. He comes up, bowls to Hussein short, and this is clipped nicely down to the field on the cover boundary. And they'll get the single. One more to Hussein. That will take the score now on to 52 for the loss of 2. So Dominic Drakes is having an opportunity here to make his name count.
I think it's nice to see him playing, actually. He's been plagued with some injuries and so on lately. And it's nice to see him in the squad. And I guess this is a time when West Indies is going to use this time as well to expose a few more players. The World Cup is coming up, T20 World Cup. So they'll want to ensure they get that squad right as well. So I think these are the right times now to use people and to see what they have in them.
This is short and this is pulled around. Does this have enough to go? Brilliant stop there by Akil Hussain. Moving away from the long leg boundary as the return comes in now by Rovman
SWB audio capture,
working in
not
tandem.
registered.
Surely they prevented 3 runs. That was brilliant fielding.
That was brilliant fielding by Akil Hussain. Short delivery was pulled away behind square on the onside. He had to run some 20 yards, got there, pulled it back so that Powell can do the tidying work. But certainly it was a short delivery, and I think the batsman probably would be thinking he deserved 4 for that as well.
Well, that was Lytton Das. He actually got 2. Drake's bowls to Das, and he's working this one away down towards mid-wicket. There is no run. The end of a fine over here by Dominic Drake's. 8 overs gone. 54 for the loss of 2 Bangladesh, the latest from Providence.
That was a good over from the young man Drake's bowling, just slightly short of a length. We did see him try a short pitch delivery in there as well that probably took the batsman up a little, didn't get hold of it as he was like, as he looked to heave that down to deep backward square. But certainly, it's nice to see Drake's, and he is bowling with a little bit of pace as well and getting the ball to actually do a little across the right-handers and coming into the left-hander.
Yeah, so over number 9 is about to be started. So far, Mayers 2 overs for 14. Odin Smith, the lone over, picked up 1 for 10 as we watch Akil Hussain comes up, bowls to Afif Hussain. He's backing away and he's pulling this one around. Out towards the field, out on the mid-wicket boundary. A dive here. Didn't get there in time. It looks as though it's Rovman Powell and the ball just trickled across into the boundary board for 4 runs. Brilliant effort on the boundary, but was a good-looking shot by Afif Hussain, bringing Bangladesh 4 more runs. They're now on to 58 for the loss of 2. So, Hussain is back in strike. It's Hussain to Hussain. And it's Afif Hussain, the Bangladeshi left-hander, is in strike. He taps away again as Akil Hussain comes in to bowl to him.
SWB audio capture, not registered.
Down towards long on. And Brooks comes away from the boundary, will send the return in, and they get the single. So the rotation continues to do good for Bangladesh.
I think what Afif is doing is trying to force Hussain to bowl slightly short and to bowl wide outside the off stump. He's backing away, and Hussain is actually following him. So it's a good competitiveness between the two left-handers at the moment, the 2 Hussains at the moment.
Yes, here is Akil once again. Comes into Lytton Das. He's working this one down towards mid-on. Cannot score. Straight to the fielder there. As we continue that bowling for you, Shepherd. 1 over, 1 for 3. Akil Hussain so far 2 overs that has cost him 11. He's in his 3rd over. Comes in now to bowl to Lytton Das, and he's swinging this one. That's a huge shot over mid-wicket and down towards that red stand for 6 runs. Great shot onto the front foot. Picked it up nicely and swatted it over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, that was a great looking shot from Lytton Das. Well, a delivery that probably had a little bit more air inside of it, looking to invite the batsman probably to hit straight. And Lytton Das went down on one knee and swept it in front of square into the stands. Good looking shot.
65 for the loss of 2. So Lytton Das just beginning to open up here as we watch Akil Hussain once again round the wicket, bowls to Das, short, and he's cutting out towards the square cover boundary. Rovman Powell misfields, will send the return in now, and they will complete too. So this is excellent running between the wickets. 2 more to the score. That will take the score now on to 67 for the loss of 2.
Again, good batsmanship from Luton Das, as that was slightly short. He was giving himself a little bit of room and played it nicely behind point on the offside. Roughman Powell did well to get
audio
to the
capture,
then when
not
he got
registered.
there, fumbled it, and they were able to come back for 2.
Akil Hussain once again begins to move in, comes up, bowls to Das, and he's getting a good delivery, and he's showing respect as well. Onto the front foot, he defends out into the offside field. 9 overs gone. Das is on 34. Afif Hussain is on 11. Bangladesh 6-7 for the loss of 2, the latest from Providence.
Well, that was a good over for Bangladesh, both Luton Das and Hussain scoring in that over. Hussain got a boundary earlier on when he swung away to leg, and Powell was unable to get to the catch and was unable to stop it as well. And then Luton Das swung him into the stand and then back away and cut him away for a couple of runs. So that was a good over for Bangladesh. And I think Hussain guilty of bowling a little too flat, a little too quick, and not giving the batsman a chance really to look to come and hit him up to long off, long on. We have hardly seen them do that. And every time he has pitched the ball up, they've just come forward quietly and blocked it. You just got to rotate, probably give it a little bit more air.
Yes, so now we're going to see a change in bowling from the southern end. Dominic Drakes, after his lone over that cost him 6 runs, will now be replaced by Odin Smith, who was picked up 1 for 10 from 1 over. So Nicholas Pooran rotating his bowling here, not really allowing the Bangladeshi batters to get accustomed to one bowler. Short, and this is nicely cut away. Down towards Akil Hussain, coming off the long leg boundary. The return comes in. It was a little bit of a wayward work there, just missing Pooran, but nicely backed up in the outfield.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at that delivery. It was short. It was outside the off stump. He didn't try and hit it. He just passed it, just past the slip, and was able to get a single actually. But it's interesting that Hayden Walsh Jr. has not bowled as yet. And you wonder if they're just saving
audio
him to
capture,
bowl down at the
not
death when they
registered.
were accurate. No slug overs.
Well, let's see. In the minds of his skipper, he's not needed so far. That's short and looking to play the pull shot. Misjudged it badly there, Liton Das, and then pulled out at the last moment. They've taken a leg by. So 1 more to the score. Where did that touch him? Could have been somewhere around the shoulder area. And they get the single, but misjudged a short delivery from Odin Smith.
I don't think it's misjudged. I think it's the pace of the pitch, actually, that it was a little slow, and he played before. He played early. And that's what you get sometimes from these slower pitches. You can misjudge the pace of the pitch. I think that's what happened to him there.
So Afif Hussain is back in strike. This is short and cut away down towards the turn man area. There was a dive by, just pick it up, is it?
Walsh Jr.
Walsh Jr. But he was looking to make it spectacular. Great effort, never got the hand onto it. And they got the single in the end. Takes the score now on to a 70 for the loss of 2. And we're in over a number 10. 9 gone, we're in over number 10. So we have seen the effort in the field here by the West Indies. Here is Odin Smith once again. Comes up, bowls to Das, and he's driving. That's a brilliant shot. Out towards the field on the cover boundary. A stiff return comes in. Straight into the gloves of Nicholas Pooran. And they get another single. So while the boundaries aren't coming
previous overs gone by, so they are scored.
There's a drive and beaten outside the line of the off stump. He missed it there, Liton Das, as the ball went away to Pooran. So 10 overs gone. Liton Das is on 35. Afif Hussain is on 14. 72 for the loss of 9, Bangladesh, the latest from Providence.
Yeah, I think both players now deciding that they're going to try and go hard at the bowlers. They've only lost 2 wickets, and you're playing a T20 game. You need to maximize your score. And I guess when when you've got 7-2 to 2 from 10 overs, and you've got 8 wickets in hand, you're telling yourself, well, we need to get to a 190 or thereabouts if we're going to make a game of it. And the pitch is a little slower than you expect. And when you've got 3 spinners to bowl as well, so that can be what they're thinking at, that they're looking to get to a 180, 190 or thereabout to certainly ensure that West Indies will have to fight hard to get those runs.
Yes, so they've heard you, at least Puran has heard you, Clyde, because Hayden Walsh Jr., the leg spinner, comes in strike, and this is looking to play the cut shot. The return comes in and misses the stumps. They get the single, and Hussain was just backing away there a little, got the single in the end. One more to the score. It's now on to 74. 74 for the loss of 2. We're in over number 11. In fact, the scoreboard is saying it's 73. So Bangladesh winning the toss and batting in over number 11. They are 73 for the loss of 2. Little
SWB audio capture not registered.
The off stump. This is driven over the top of cover. There's protection out on the cover boundary. Powell patrols that area, sends the return in. Das gets another run. It's 74 now for the loss of 2 as we watch the leg spinner operating from the commentary box end. That's the northern end of the ground. Match started today at 2 p.m. It was scheduled to start at 1:30, but because of rains, we have had the delay. As we watch Walsh once again to Afif Hussain backing away and taking this one off the stumps. There was an air of danger there, but he's taking some calculated risk here. The left-hander couldn't beat the offside field. And once again goes into his stands. Brandon King patrolling the short cover position. Coming down the track, outfoxed by the bowler. Maybe a little bit too early there, Clyde. And just adjusting nicely and tapping it away into the offside field.
I think what he's doing is trying to offset the bowler a little. He was looking to back away first, then decided he was going to give him the charge. And Hayden Walsh Jr. was equal to the task, just bowling a little flatter, a little quicker into the pads. And he was unable to score off that delivery.
Walsh comes in and bowls to Hussain. He's going big this time. It's high in the air. And will the catch be taken? Well, that should have never happened. Hayden Walsh Jr. looked up there to Shamar Brooks saying, your catch or mine. The communication went bad and the ball fell in between the two of them. And he lives to survive.
Well, I thought Hayden Walsh actually got there. And then he just pulled out of it. Same time as he pulled out, Brooks pulled out of it and ended up dropping in between the two guys. In the meantime, the batters only actually run one. That should have been a comfortable 2 because of what? That ball went a long, long way in the air as he was looking to hit that over the scoreboard, got the top edge.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Just outside the circle with bowler, Hayden Walsh and Brooks coming in from long and converging on it, and it dropped in between both players.
Yes, and generally Hayden Walsh Jr. is a brilliant fielder. We have seen him over the years, but that was badly misjudged by both of them. Maybe the communication there was poor. Das now is in strike as Walsh comes in once again, the leg spinner, bowls to the right-hander. He's turning it nicely down through backward square, and they'll take the single. So one more to Bangladesh. The over's been completed. 11 overs gone. 16 to Afif Hussain. 37 to Liton Das. Bangladesh, they're 7-6 for the loss of 2. More from you, Clyde, and you'll be joined by John Ramsing.
Well, that was not a bad over at all from young Hayden Walsh. He did change his flight, his line, his length, and so on a little to both batters. Both batters looking to go after him. And I think when you can adjust your length and your line to 2 different batters, one's left hand, one is right hand, it certainly puts a lot more pressure on them. And that was a good over from Hayden Walsh Jr. coming to bowl, and both batsmen is actually settled. As I say, good afternoon to John Ramsey.
Hello, Clyde. Good afternoon once again to all of our listeners. Now, this match is setting up to be a nice one, just on the 7 runs and over so far. Bangladesh, they've lost 2 wickets. That of Haq for 10 and Shakib Al Hassan for 5. But since then, Das and Hussain looking very good. Smith once again from the place pavilion and bowls a full delivery, and it misses the leg stump. It was very good as the batter was looking to give him the charge. Das, and taken by wicketkeeper Puran. Where was Mr. Das going on that occasion?
Well, what Mr. Das was looking at, the mid-off is in the circle, and he was looking to come down the track and hit over mid-off. Whether he missed hit or not, he probably thought that he could have gotten away with it. But
SWB audio capture not registered.
He was giving himself a little bit of room, so it passed between him and the leg stump.
1 for 14. This is his third over. Odin Smith, the right-arm seamer, sends this one down the line of the leg stump, and it's going to be helped away down to fine leg for 4. Hussein could not get around from that fine leg position, and it went ahead of him into the boundary. 4 more, so 76 and 4, 18 now for the loss of 2.
I think that's what the delivery before did to him, because he was looking now to back pitch and to make sure he bowled that fairly straight, and it just went down the leg side, and Luton Das was able to get a bat on it, and it went into the fine leg boundary for 4.
Das moves on to 41. Afif Hussein is on 16, and the partnership 38 runs in just under 6 overs of batting this period together. They got together 42 for 2 when Shakib Al Hassan was dismissed. This time, Smith outside the off stump, very short and very wide, and signalled wide by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. as it goes by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Puran. So a nice partnership so far, 39 runs now.
Yes, it is, and they're working well together. They're not only scoring boundaries, but they're looking to rotate. And the last delivery showed how slow the pitch is, as well as that was banged into the ground, and it was a tennis bounce to the wicketkeeper.
Smith once again outside the off stump. Here's Das, beautifully played inside out, over extra cover, and it's going to go into the boundary for another 6. So that was just outside the off stump, and there's Das on the front foot, leaning into the shot. Little bit of Carl Hooper in that one, and he got another boundary. He's now on to 45, and Smith roughed up. It's now 84 for the loss of 2.
I think Smith, he made his intention that's clear that he was going to try and go for the top over mid-off or extra cover. This time he got it a little wide over extra cover, but I'm sure he was looking to probably hit that a little straighter. But he timed it so well that it went over the boundary rope for 6.
Here is the
SWB audio capture not registered.
Wide by umpire Reefer Jr. So 1 more to Bangladesh. 88 now for the loss of just 2 wickets. Animal Hack was caught by Hussein, a third man off the bowling of Smith. That was way back in over number 5 for 10. Next over, Shakib Al Hassan caught by Smith off with bowling of Shepherd for 5. 2 for 42 at that stage in the power play. The power play ended with Bangladesh 44 for 2. After 10 overs, 72 for 2. And after 11, 76 for 2. But this over is very expensive so far. Slow delivery on the line of middle stump, turned into the onside. And Das will get an easy single. Single will take him now on to 48. So far, 3 4s and 2 6s from 39 deliveries. And the total, 89 for the loss of 2. Hussein is on 16 and the partnership 46.
And Das has really played well. He has looked to work the ball, pick the singles up, and when the bad deliveries present themselves, he has put them away. And that last extra cover shot was a beautiful shot. I'm sure it's something he's gonna talk for a long, long time to come.
He's at a non-strikers then, Litan Das. The left-handed Hussein will take strike. He's on 16 from 17 deliveries. Gets a delivery on the line of off stump and he flicks it in the air over the head of the fielder at long on. It was heading his way, had a half of a chance, thought it was going to go down his throat, and eventually cleared him for 6. And that looks like Obed McCoy. So 6 more to Bangladesh. The one way to bring up the half-century partnership between Das and Hussein now on to 22.
That was a good shot because that's the tallest man in the field out at long on as well, and it cleared him easily. And he didn't look like if he was looking to go over long on for 6, probably looking to go for long off. But that certainly was timed beautifully and went over the head of the long on for 6.
This time he goes wrong.
SWB audio capture not registered.
And he opens the face of the bat, runs it down to third man. Hussein comes off the boundary, and the batters will have enough time for just a single. 96 for the loss of just 2 wickets, and that's the end of 12 overs. A very productive over for Bangladesh. Das is on 48. Hussein with him is on 22.
Yeah, and that was a good over again for Bangladesh. They got a couple of 6s in that over and a boundary as well. So that was an excellent over for Bangladesh, and they will be feeling now that they can press the accelerator. They've got wickets in hand. You've got 8 overs to go, and they will be thinking, well, we have started to score more. We don't need to throw away our wickets. We need to try and bat to probably with 15 overs, and then to make sure we don't lose any wickets from here to there, and so we can accelerate as well towards the end.
Some 20 runs coming in over number 12. As we see, Hayden Walsh Jr. continues. This time it's a full toss down the leg side, and Hussain pulls it down, but straight to the fielder at the backward square for a single. So one more, and the score is now on to 97. Hussain moves on to 24, getting closer to that 100 mark, Bangladesh. Remember, they won the toss and opted to bat against West Indies in this third and final T20 international match. The first at Providence. After this, the teams will head to the 50 overs, CG Insurance 50 overs, right here at Providence. 3 of those, delivery on the line of the leg stump, driven down to long on by Das. Takes him on to 49. 40 deliveries from him so far, 3 4s and 2 6s, and his score now on to 98 in fact. 98. Beautiful conditions for cricket, nice crowd building up. This time here is Walsh, and the left-handed backing away, getting some space, looking to bang it through the offside, but finds the fielder at extra cover.
SWB audio capture
Mills,
not registered.
Score. Hussain on 24. Once again, Walsh, this time down the leg side, swept away. There's a fielder at fine leg in the circle, and he's going to collect Hussain, but the batters will run through for a very quick single. So 99 now for loss of 2. This is over number 13, being bowled by Hayden Walsh Jr., his second over. Nice conditions again in the afternoon. We've seen a trend recently at Providence, not recently, for the longest while at Providence. Lots of rain in the morning and then sun in the evening. This time he's going to be out caught. This was a ball that was just outside his off stump. He's looking to go over extra cover, and the ball's spilled off the outside edge of the bat down towards the fielder at point, and he's going to be out. He's giving his hand away for 49. Caught at that backward point region of the bowling of Hayden Walsh for 49, Liton Das. And now Bangladesh losing their third wicket, 99 for 3 in over number 13.
Well, that was well bowled actually by Hayden Walsh Jr. because he took the pace off the delivery, inviting Liton Das to come down the track and try and hit him over the top. It spun just that enough to got the outside edge, and it just went lobbed. It just lobbed out to the man at backward point, and he took an easy catch coming forward. So Liton Das has played well, though. He certainly batted very well. Look, he worked the ball nicely into gaps, and when the opportunity arrived, he did score some boundaries as well. So that was a nice innings for Bangladesh, and I think he has set up the Bangladeshi batters now to try and look to score and to get to that 180, 190 mark to make a game out of this match.
Score 99 for the loss of 3 now is in over number 13. Das, like I said, gone for 49, 4-1 deliveries faced, 3 4s, 2 6s. Giving Hayden Walsh his first wicket, joining Oreen Smith and Romario Shepherd as the other bowlers.
SWB audio capture not registered.
7 bowlers used by West Indies. And this is over number 13. So we had Kyle Mears, Obed McCoy, Akil Hussain, Oreen Smith, Romario Shepherd, Dominic Drake. So just Akil Hussain and Walsh Jr. as the spinners. The new batter makes his way into the middle, and he gets a good delivery on the line of middle stump, and he gets it off the inner part of the bat down towards fine leg. He's going to get off the mark immediately, and that will be the 100 for Bangladesh. The Bangladeshi 100 coming up in over number 13, 100 for 3 after 13.
And Hayden Walsh again bowling another good over, mixing it up nicely. He's bowled a lot of flat deliveries, and we did see the one delivery that he held back up and bowled a little bit into the air, getting the batsman to come down the track, looking to hit over the top, and he got him out. So he has mixed his overs very nicely. He has mixed his deliveries nicely, and he's kept the pressure on the Bangladeshi batsman. I think he has put the brake on the scoring from the other end, because both batsmen have been going after the seamers, and they've been doing very well against the seamers.
Walsh, 2 overs, 1 for 8 runs. And now we see Obed McCoy coming back into the attack. Just had 1 over the start of the innings and conceding some 9 runs. So he's back into the attack now.
Let's go to West Indies bowling attack. It's a long one, though.
It is.
Isn't it? It's a lot of bowlers, so.
Obed McCoy to the captain of Bangladesh, and Mahmudullah drives on the front foot. A ball just outside his off stump, down to mid-off. No score.
Does that say that the West Indies team is a little bit short on batting? Or are we depending on the all-rounders to really score some runs? For us, the all-rounders and people like Shepherd Drake himself can bat a bit. Well, Mears plays as a batsman who can bowl, but certainly it's got that extra depth in bowling at the moment. Powell can bowl a few overs if needed.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Over the wicket, left-handed bowler to the right-handed Mahmudullah. And Mahmudullah gets the ball on the line of off stump, plays it to the onside. And the field at short mid-wicket, and Brandon King collects. So consecutive dot balls, quite contrasting to what Obed McCoy said at the start of his day's work. It was very expensive, very ragged, very ordinary in his opening over.
He bowled a lot of wides.
Good comeback from him so far. This is his second over. Mahmudullah's on one, awaits the tall bowler, and he drives this one outside his off stump, but there's a fielder in hidden walls at backward point, strategically placed for that shot, and he fields cleanly. And yet again, another dot ball. So Mahmudullah, the captain, is at the crease. Quite an experienced campaigner, 118 matches for him, 2,022 runs. Lots of experience there, Mr. Butts.
Yes, and he has been around for a long, long time, Mahmudullah. But look at the value of Hayden Walsh at that backward point position. He is an excellent fielder in that position.
There's a full toss and it's hit back up the track, and the batter had to take evasive action. It was heading his way and almost took him out. Full toss from McCoy, and Mahmudullah hitting up the track, and yet again another dot ball. 100.
Yeah, it was a full toss, but it was fairly straight, and I think it was a change of pace as well that did Mahmudullah, and he was unable to get any sort of power on it, and he just ended up pushing it out to mid-off. Was unable to get a single.
Hayden Walsh at backward point. There's a field at third man right back, and he's going to be pulled up into the circle now. Dominic Drakes. Then there's the backward. There's a field at that point region right back on the boundary in Shepherd. Extra cover in Mears and a long off. Looks like Powell this time.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Turned into the onside, and Mahmudullah doubles his score. He's now on to 2. 101 for 3. And McCoy had to run all the way from his follow through down to that forward square at the edge of the 30-yard circle ahead of Brandon King. And he does the fielding. But it's time for projection as you get towards the end of over number 13. Bangladesh 101 for a loss of 3. After a very good start, they had a nice partnership of 50 odd for the third wicket. Current run rate is just over 7 runs. I'll give Mr. Butt some time to think about his projected score.
When you look at the field, actually, you know what he's going to do. He's going to try and bowl full and straight because he's got. He's just pushed back the long leg because that portion was up as well. So he's going to try and bowl full and straight. There's no third man. He's got long off, long on.
Here is McCoy outside the off stump, and this time he's going to be squeezed away down towards third man. The fielder at third man in the circle gives chase, and Hussein is going to pull it up just before it gets to the boundary. So 2 more to Bangladesh, and that's good awareness. And the 2 runs will take the score now on to 103 for 3 after 14 overs. Mahmudullah is on 2 with him. Is Hussein on 25. And just before you leave here, Mr. Butts, your projected score, sir.
Well, I think Bangladesh should be disappointed if they don't get to 175. I think when you've got such a start, you've got wickets in hand, you need to accelerate at the end. And I think they will be disappointed in themselves if they don't get to their score.
So 103 for the loss of 3. Captain Mahmudullah is there on 2. Hussein with him, and Hussein is well set on 27, having faced some 23 deliveries. 1-4 and 1-6. Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to continue. This is his third over. 1 for 8 before this. Breaks into his approach. A very short ball in the line of leg stump, and it's pulled away. There's a fielder deep at wicket in Shepherd, and he's going to go over his head just marginally, and will get the 6 that he was looking for. Mahmudullah.
Not registered.
Bangladesh now 109 for the loss of 3. As we welcome back Neil Barry.
Thank you very much. Says I, but of course is Mahmudullah for rank long up really and truly by in Walsh, one of the issues one would face as a leg spinner bowling in these conditions on a damp out field, as the ball will get wet, you lose control, and he was severely dispatched.
This time, not a short delivery, but it was much better lined. And there's Mamadullah driving towards extra cover. And the Jamaican Brandon King collects. So dot ball, 109 for 3. Mamadullah is on to 8 now. Hussein on 27. Here's Walsh Jr. over the wicket to the right-handed batsman, and Mamadullah gets the ball outside his off stump. And he cuts, but will get a single. Hussein at backward point had to run a little bit to his right, and he collects, but one more. And you can see that Bangladesh now looking to really score off of every delivery. As soon as that ball was played into the offside, it took off immediately. And the score now on to 110 for loss of 3. This is over number 14. Walsh this time was Junior. And this is the batter looking to reverse sweep, and he actually got it in front of square. And Shepherd will come around and collect from that deep mid-wicket region. So improvisation from Hussein. Actually switched hit. He was batting left-handed, then switched to right hand, and got it what would be then become a mid-wicket region for 2. Improvisation.
But, of course, good improvisation indeed by the left-handed Asif Hussein. Since he came to the wicket and batting with Das, he was very busy looking to get the singles, looking to farm the strike, and looking to pick up the gaps.
Looking to sweep again, and this time not getting any bat onto it. So good bowling from Walsh Jr.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Going into the switch hits and reverse sweeps, it's a bit of premeditation. And I think had he played a conventional sweep, he would have been more successful on that occasion.
Walsh Jr. over the wicket again, and this time Hussein drives the ball outside the off stump down towards long off, and will get a single. So a conventional shot played and a single taken. So 113 now for the loss of 3. So there's a nice little partnership of 57 between Liton Das and Hussein after the fall of Shakib Al Hassan at 2 for 43. So that's the end of the over. So that's the end of 14 overs, 113 for the loss of 3. And I asked Clyde Butts his projected score. He said anything about 175 will be good for Bangladesh. What do you think, Neil?
But I did say our score would have been about 160. Now, from where they are, they've got some 6 overs remaining in this in this thing. Some 5 overs remaining. Well, that's 30 balls. And I mean, if you look to get at least 2 per ball, that should put them in good stead. But of course, they would look for a lot more than that. And if they can, in these last 5 overs with 7 wickets in hand, they can look to pick up about 60 runs. That can give them a very good score. So yes, 175 is certainly on the cards.
So it's going to be Maurice Shepherd to pick up the attack. He's going to be bowling from the players' pavilion end, replacing McCoy, who sent down 2 overs, none for 10. Here is Shepherd, and now bowls to the left-handed Hussein. Hussein gets a delivery outside the off stump, very wide, and it's wide signal as well by umpire Leslie Reed for Junior. So not a good start to his second spell.
Well, looking at the field that is set for him in his second spell, it is clear that the intention is to target that 30 things.
SWB audio capture not registered.
As they call it, 30 inches from the center stump. If he can target that and keep it there to force the batsman to play out the shots.
This time gets a full delivery on the line of his off stump, but he tugs it away into the onside. Hussein will get 2 good feeling from Rovon Powell at long on, running away to his left, and this time the ball hits the stump and will get an extra run. He was helped by, looks like McCoy, and McCoy sends a return, hitting the stump directly, and it ricocheted and gets an extra run. How fair is this sometimes?
3 runs came off his
Well, these scenarios, you have got to really keep your thinking tap on. There's no way you're going to get a batsman to run out. I think the return should have either been bounced 3/4 way to the keeper so the keeper can get it, or go directly into the keeper's gloves. You don't want to be hitting the stumps and giving extra runs away at this time. You are now into the period of play that you need to tighten up on everything. You don't want to be giving away too many freebies.
Shepherd once again, short ball outside the off stump, and Mamadullah Pulls into the onside, gone for one. Feel that forward of square, just back on the boundary. Will collect. So one more, 119 now. 118 for loss of 3.
Employing his bag of tricks, Shepherd. That delivery was the short or the slower bouncer. This bowled into the surface. No pace whatsoever for the batsman to work with. And all of these tools you need to unfold now in this stage of the game of the batsmen come hunting.
Shepherd, this time to the left-handed Hussain. Hussain gets a full delivery, try to get it down towards third man, misses it, and goes into the gloves of the keeper. There were some very good scores here at T20. England made 191 for 5 against West Indies in the T20 World Cup in 2010. Sri Lanka 173 for 7 against Zimbabwe, also in the World Cup. Pakistan 157 for 8 against West Indies last year. India 150 for 3 against
SWB audio capture not registered.
Big scores in the short history of T20 Profit. This one is full and it's going to be hit back over the head of the bowler, over the field as well at long on and into the boundary, into that big green stand as well. 6 more to Hussain, and suddenly he's up to 39, 124 for a loss of 3 in over number 16. That's a big hit.
Recognizing what the plot is, recognizing that Shepherd is looking to bowl him full and wide. Hussain just adjusted his starting position on the crease, got close to the line of the ball. Shepherd missed his length, and the delivery was just a regular off volley, and he played through the line, not trying to hit it too hard, but hitting with a full face of the bat over wide long on for 6. That was a great shot.
Shepherd this time will set the off but full toss, and it's going to be dispatched into the cover boundary. That's another good shot from Hussain. Got everything into it and helped it into the cover boundary. Back-to-back boundaries now, and he's going to take his score now on to looks like 50. So well played, 50 to he's on to 43 now. The scoreboard a bit slow in taking over. 43 to him, 124 and 4, 128 for 3.
And again, you can see the effects of the moisture in the outfield on the ball. As a full toss from Shepherd. He went for the Yorker, missed his mark and dispatch.
This time overhead, a slow delivery back over the head of the bowler by Hussain, and he's going to look for the second run, and it's going to be sent back by Mamadullah. So that's a good delivery to end over number 16. Shepherd now bowling 2 overs, 1 for, I think it's now 19, 1 for 19, and that's the end of overall 16 overs. Bangladesh 129 for 3. More thoughts from you, Neil, and then Inajit will take us to the break.
Now these last 4 overs are critical for both sides.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Bangladesh at the stage now where they would need to maximize.
So Akil Hussain will pick the bowling up from the commentary box end, and Bangladesh 128 for the loss of 3. We're in over number 17, and it's the left-handed Afif Hussain is in strike. He's been doing a fantastic job for Bangladesh. He is on 44 as we watch Hussain comes up to Akil. This is turned away by Afif down into the forward square position. Nicely played with soft hands, and they will go back and complete 2. Now this is excellent cricket. 2 more to the score, 2 more to Afif Hussain. He moves on to 46. It's now on to 131 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And how well this young man has batted since he came to the crease. He's been very busy. He's been playing the ball into the gaps and using a lot of intuitiveness.
And once again, Afif is looking to turn down the leg side, taken high on the top of the pad. It balloons for Puran to clean up behind the stumps. There is no run. And Akil Hussain, left arm orthodox before this 3 overs cost him 22 runs as he begins to move in once again. He comes in now to bowl to Afif Hussain down the track and turned away into the onside field. The return comes in, hits the stump. There's an appeal, and the umpire will surely go upstairs. That could be very close And was it Odin Smith who sent that return in? It was a stiff one and a strong one too.
Yes, the ball turned into the square, forward square-like area. Odin Smith, who's
SWB audio capture not registered.
Side, moved quickly to his right, picked up one-handed, and just one stump to aim at really, throwing from directly side on, was able to hit the stump as we wait the decision of the umpire, and it's not out. Good aggressive running by the Bangladeshis, and Mamadou made it home. But good work in the field by Akeem Hussain.
Yes, certainly was a good work in the field. Smith came in, picked it up, sends the return in, smashed the stumps, but he was home Mamadullah. So this partnership is blossoming here for Bangladesh. They're 132 now for the loss of 3 wickets. As Hussain will prepare to bowl to the tall Mamadullah. He's the skipper of the Bangladesh team. Deep backward square, mid-wicket, long on out on the boundary. So too is long off and the cover. Here is Hussain, comes into Mamadullah off the back foot. This is cut down towards backward point. And Hayden Walsh Jr. knocking it down. But it cannot prevent the single. One more to the score. One more to Mamadullah. He will now move on to 11. 133 now for the loss of 3. As we watch now, the left-handed Hussain is back in strike. That's Afif Hussain. He's on 47, says this scoreboard. As Akil Hussain prepares to move in once again, comes up and bowls and looking to turn it down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire, straying down the leg side and penalized too.
Well, and he's obviously affected by the movement of Asif Hussain, who is trying to get himself into position and to throw the bowler off, and he has succeeded.
Here is Akil Hussain, comes in to bowl to Afif. He's turning this one down towards forward square. They've taken one, and that's all they're going to have. They're not going to go for the second one because Odin Smith sprinted after it. Nevertheless, they get the single. One more to the left-hander. He moves
SWB audio capture
This has been a
not
fine
registered.
innings by Afif Hussain. As the score moves on to 135 for the loss of 3. We're in over number 17. So there are 3 overs remaining after this. Bangladesh winning the toss and batting against the West Indies. Coming round the wicket now to Mamadullah. Up and bowls that short and tucked around the corner. Down through forward square. They've taken one and they will decide to go against the second because McCoy was speeding in from the boundary area, sends the return in. They get the single. The over's been completed. 17 gone. Bangladesh 136 for 3. That's the latest from Providence.
An end of a good spell by Akeem Hussain, who maintained some control. I think he would have been a better bowler and show today for the West Indies, able to keep it tight. The Bangladeshis did not get after him as much as the other bowlers. But having said that, I think West Indies will still feel that they have done decently, to restrict Bangladesh after 17 overs to 135.
Everything you want, everything you need, got the taste you love, anywhere that you may be. It's the Caribbean flavor. Shirley biscuits make me happy.
Shirley got it all about the flavor. Shirley never let me down. When I live it at the beach on the town, Shirley biscuits always feel like home.
Everything you want, everything you need, got the taste you love, anywhere that you may be. It's the Caribbean flavor. Shirley biscuits make me happy.
Savor, enjoy, taste, love. Shirley, the Caribbean's favorite biscuit.
Well, 136 for the loss of 3. Over number 18 is about to begin. And Obid McCoy, the left-arm medium fast bowler from the southern end. There is a fine third man inside the circle. This is down the leg side and tucked away down through forward square. Mid-wicket comes in, will send the return in, and they get the single. So good start of the over.
audio
Mamadullah
capture
getting the
not
early
registered.
single. If you have just joined the broadcast, let me remind you that the West Indies and Bangladesh are playing their final T20 match in this series, with Bangladesh winning the toss and batting. West Indies suffered a little bit of a scare when Kimo Paul took down with a flu-like symptom. Not in this match. Devon Thomas, we recall, he struggled with a little niggling injury after the first T20, so both were unavailable for this game. Here is McCoy, comes into bowl to Hafif Hussain. Short ball, and that was a half-hearted shot. It stood up on him. The slow nature of the pitch goes down towards long off, and they get the single.
Well, I'm going to give McCoy credit for that. That was a slow ball bowled into the pitch, took all the pace away, and the batsman Hussain was very early into the shot. Good luck for him. He was able to direct it away from the tall McCoy, and that's the reason McCoy is bowling at this stage of the game, because he have a lot of tricks in his armory. Slow balls, slow bouncers, and the Yorker.
And wow, this is a wayward delivery, and that signal no ball by the umpire. Well, what the left-handed Afif Hussain was doing there, in fact, no, that's Mamadullah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He was running outside the line of the off stump, and McCoy followed him with the ball and sprayed it onto the second pitch.
And also ball from the back of the hand, so definitely no control at that as well. There are times when I think you need to look and see exactly what you have in your armory and look at the environment in which you want to display it in and see if it's conducive. I think the outfield is too wet for that. The ball will slip.
And here's a free hit and square driven out towards the square cover boundary. That's a glorious looking shot by the right-handed Mamadullah, making good use of the free hit and getting the boundary. Fantastic shot.
Good shot indeed, McCoy. In this occasion,
SWB audio capture not registered.
Mamadullah just standing still, not premeditating the shot whatsoever, but just responding to length and line, and was able to reach out and hit it just in front of mid-off, but hit with so much power that the sweeper at point couldn't move across and stop.
Brilliant shot. McCoy tries once again, comes in, bowls to Mamadullah. This is a short delivery, way outside the leg stump, and another slower delivery there as well. Thought he could have done better with it or just leave it to go by, but outfoxed by the bowler.
Outfoxed indeed. Remember at this stage you were going to be swinging for the Evans, and he went early with the shot. A slow delivery by McCoy, slow bounce outside the line of the leg stump. It just rolled against the face of his bat on its way through. Had that made contact, it would have been a wide.
So here is McCoy once again. Sprints in, comes up, bowls to Mamadullah. That's on the full toss, and this is banged away down towards long off, and they'll only get the single. So one more to the score, one more to Mamadullah. He now moves on to 17, 144 for the loss of 3. In the bowling department, Myers 2 overs for 14, Odin Smith 3 overs 1 for 34. And Shepherd 2 overs 1 for 19, expensive by Shepherd. Akil Hussain 4 overs for 31. Dominic Drake's the lone over that cost him 6 runs. As we watch McCoy comes up now and bowls to Afif. That's a short delivery outside the line of the off stump, and another slow delivery there to end the over. So 18 gone at the end of 18. Afif Hussain is on 46. Mamadullah is on 18. 144 for the loss of 3, the latest from Providence.
Well, I think Hussain is actually on 49. He's one away from what would be a well-deserved half-century. With 2 overs to go, they have got to go all guns here now. I mean,
SWB audio capture not registered.
They should be disappointed if they don't get there. So we must give credit to the West Indies bowlers for stopping the onslaught. But it's still 12 balls to go, and with the right-handed Aiden Walsh Jr. back into the attack now, you can expect Mamadullah especially to go after him.
Yeah, and Neil, we confirm that Hussain is on 49. Yes, because we're having 2 large scoreboards on the ground. One is saying 46 and the other, the figures are actually hidden. Here is Walsh, comes in, bowls to Mamadullah off the back foot. This is cracked away through the offside field, out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. That was a fantastic shot by the tall Bangladeshi skipper, getting himself a boundary, and that will take the score now on to 148 for the loss of 3.
That was a good shot. The ball was short and a bit wide, but I think the field at extra cover King could have done a bit better at this stage of the game to try and throw himself at the ball, and I don't think his captain is too happy with him and that, but that was a good shot indeed, short and wide and given the treatment.
Well, that was Brandon King in that position. Walsh Jr. comes up, bowls to Mamadullah off the back foot. He's cutting and missing outside the line of the off stump. Goes by into the gloves of Puran, eyeing that gap between backward top point and the short third man, both inside the circle. Didn't get back onto it, so a dot ball as we watch Mamadullah walks away. No doubt a little bit of nerve there at the moment. Walsh tossing the ball from hand to hand. Begins to move in, comes up, bowls to Mamadullah. He's going to play the reverse sweep. In fact, the switch hit. Loud appeal for leg before he's gone. LBW Mamadullah to Walsh Jr. for 22, 148 for the loss of 4.
And immediately you've gone upstairs to the umpire for a review. He turned around to play
SWB audio
the
capture
reverse sweep.
not registered.
He's possibly thinking that ball is just outside the line of the leg stump. Of course, we'll have to wait and see from where we are, which is directly. I think that's a very close call. And once it pitched in line, I think he'll be a gone. I think it was a good decision. But of course, we've got to wait on the umpire's decision.
Yes, certainly we await the umpire decision there. But he was looking to improvise, to play the switch hit. He missed it completely. And the umpire gave him the marching orders, but he just ensured that he went upstairs, not taking any chances. He's the one that is well set out in the middle. So Animal Hack made 10. The decision is still pending. Shakib Al Hassan, 5. A brilliant 49 by Litton Das. And now Mamadullah is looking to survive out in the middle. Let's see what's going to happen. We still await that decision. And we shall see whether the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. But the West Indians, they were very confident. So too was Hayden Walsh Jr. And on the other hand, Afif Hussain, he's playing a fine knock. He's on 49 out in the middle, just one away from a half century. So we await that decision by the television umpire. No doubt it will be coming not long from now.
Yes, obviously they're looking to see whether or not a bit of an inside edge and so on. So it's obviously a tough call. So it's a close one indeed. But that was a quicker delivery from Hayden Walsh. Pitched on about the line of the leg stump and just straightened. And Mamadullah trying to play the reverse sweep was hit in front. So it's a long review by the umpire. Obviously, you know, it's a close one.
Yes, and while the decision is still pending, Mamadullah is going off the field and the new batter is coming out into the middle.
So
that's
obviously it was communicated. Maybe a bit of electronic malfunction with the main score.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Play here in our commentary booth. Now the decision is out. It has been displayed on the screen and he's in out. Very good delivery by Hayden Walsh indeed. As I said, from our vantage point, that looked straight. And once he didn't get an inside edge in the jet, he was a goner.
Yes, definitely that would have been the case. So 148 for the loss of 4. We're in over number 19 and Hayden Walsh Jr. Is bowling well at the moment and he will continue now to bowl to the new batter out in the middle. So fine third man, backward point. There is an extra cover as well. Here is Walsh Jr. comes in, tossed up. This is driven high in the air and it comes down to the fielder down on the long off area, Shamar Brooks. The return comes in. They get the single. One more to the score. 149 now for the loss of 4 wickets. So is Bangladesh just falling away a little as we come towards the closing stages of their innings?
They just didn't get the boundaries that they would have wanted at this critical stage of the game.
And Afif Hussain is working this one away into the onside field, and this is going to be his half century. They go back for second. The return comes in. Puran takes the bail off. Is he run out? And the umpire is going to go upstairs again. It looks very, very close here, and he might know the answer there. He's not looking comfortable there. Afif Hussain might very well be run out on 50.
Just turning for the second run for delivery place into the onside. Rovman Powell came in very quickly from the mid-wicket boundary, picked up one-handed and returned very accurately indeed to keeper Puran, who just had to take the bails off. And
SWB audio
despite
capture
the despairing
not
dive
registered.
by Mamadullah, I do think that he is short.
Yes, and I think Mamadullah might very well know that he is short there, but not taking any chances whatsoever, allowing the technology to work. Well, Animal Hack made 10, Shakib Al Hassan made 5, Litton Das 49, Mamadullah 22. Will Afif Hussain be run out on 50? They took the single and he's walking back to the pavilion, and no doubt the new batter will be crossing that boundary and making his way on the field. And in fact,
out.
he's not out. So somebody will have to say to him he's not out.
No, they have changed the decision again.
I tell you, now it's given
malfunctioning IT at the Providence Stadium. Not good.
Well, the final decision, he is out, and I think Mamadullah knew that. He's walking back to the pavilion. The first time it came up on screen there was not out. He just checked, looked, and now he's been given out. So that's another wicket going down, 150 now for the loss of 5 wickets.
Maybe someone will be checking in the third umpire to see if he if he pressed the wrong button.
Well,
but Mamadullah, of course, knew of the decision from way before and was walking off. But his scoreboard, the large television screen at the Providence Stadium, was saying not out. So that was a bit of confusion. But good work in the field by Rovman Powell.
Yes, 150 down the track. This is swung away down towards long on. Dominic Drakes comes off the boundary very quickly, send the return in, and they get the single. So 19 overs gone, and after 19, Bangladesh winning the toss and batting. They're 151 for 5, the latest from Providence.
Well, for them to get to the score that Mr. Butts proposed, they would have to go all hell for leather. They need to get 25 runs in
SWB
this
audio
over.
capture
That's
not
difficult at this
registered.
stage. 2 new batsmen at the crease. A good innings by Asif Hussain, but with the 2 new batters there now, they'd have to try to hit as many balls as they can out of the park, and this would be difficult, I think, with the experience of, I think, Drakes have replaced Obed McCoy is back again with his left arm. The many change balls that he has, I think, very difficult for 2 new batters to come and start and to really get going immediately in the jet.
Yes, I agree with you. So Mossadegh Hussain will be facing the first delivery in the final over, and Obed McCoy has been entrusted with the ball by his skipper Nicholas Puran. There is third man inside the circle, cover out on the boundary, extra cover. There's a mid-off as we watch. McCoy comes up and bowls to Hussain. That's a short delivery, badly lined down the leg side and called a wide as well. So 1 more to extras, 152 for the loss of 5.
Yes, he really lacked control in this game, Obed McCoy. We've all seen him bowl better. We knew that he can deliver and hit his target more often than not, but maybe just lost some rhythm today, but definitely not consistent indeed, and give away a lot of wides. That's something I'm quite sure is the coaching team will be working on him to get that consistency.
So McCoy before this 3 overs cost him 18 runs, so he's going at 6 runs and over. And now let's see, they're pulling in the backward point from the boundary area and coming into the circle. Here is McCoy once again. He speeds in, comes up, bowls to Hussain. That's a delivery outside the line of the off stump, and it was wide, but a good delivery in the circumstances because Hussain was backing away, giving himself room, and McCoy spread it outside the line of the off stump.
And that's what made it look wider than it is.
SWB audio
McCoy
capture
smart,
not
recognizing
registered.
Hussain was giving himself the room towards the onside. Just try to hit that area on that 30 inches line just outside the off stump, which would show whether it's a wide or not. Once you can get it there full and straight, you're good.
Down the leg side and turned away. The return comes in by Akil Hussain, but they'll get the single. He might have done well if he had left that one alone, because
or got back behind the stumps.
Yes, he did not. They get the single nevertheless. So 1 more to the score. 153 for the loss of 5 over number 20. This is the final over in progress. 4 deliveries remain, and we're watching him. McCoy once again. Let's see, on the onside, we have the fine leg just inside the circle. There is deep backward square out on the boundary. The right-hander taps her with his crease once again. And that's a full toss and driven away down towards wide mid-off. And once again, Rovman Powell is in the way. Field well, judge the bounce well too, and ensure they can't get more than one. 154 for the loss of 5 wickets. And 3 deliveries remain in this final over. And a good comeback here by Obid McCoy as the right-handed Muzadek Hussain comes back into strike. Here is McCoy, comes in once again over the wicket, and this is down the leg side. This is flicked away out through the backward square area. Diving effort. Did the foot touch the ropes? You will never know. The return comes in, and umpire will surely, I think, might very well.
From where I'm looking at, and looking at Aiden Walsh Jr. coming around on the onside, it is quite clear that his foot touched the rope as he picked up the ball, and I think the umpire has now gone ahead to signal 4.
SWB audio capture not registered.
He signaled to the ruling umpire, indicating that yes, it's a boundary. Good effort by Aiden Walsh Jr., but just couldn't control his limbs as he slid across the moist outfield at Providence.
Yeah, so 156 for the loss of 5. And now let's see. I think they're waiting confirmation for that. Collect the ball. Did he lose it? No. That's definitely going to be 4. The legs just touching the ropes while he was in contact with the ball. And now umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. is signaling the boundary. 156 as the scoreboard for the loss of 5, as the right-handed Hussain is in strike, and here comes Obid McCoy. He comes up, bowls to McCoy, and he's driving back over the head of the bowler. It has enough, and it's going to race away down towards the boundary for 4. That was a fine shot indeed. 4 more to the score, and what a time to hit a boundary. 160 for the loss of 5 wickets. That was a fine shot.
Good shot indeed. Pitched up, he went for the Yorker, just missed the mark a little bit, and the right-handed Hussain was able to get under it and hit it back over the bowler's head for 4, and Bangladesh have reached the predicted par score of 160.
Yes, they're actually 162 now, says the scoreboard, for the loss of 5. And is it the final delivery? McCoy, he comes up, bowls to Muzadek Hussain. That's a short ball, and they're going to scamper through here for a bye as the return comes in, and they get the bye. The umpire will now signal the bye. The 20 overs have been completed, and after 20, Bangladesh, they have moved on to 163 for the loss of 5. A valiant effort, but one felt at one time they would have been looking for
SWB audio capture not registered.
Nevertheless, 163 for the loss of 5, winning the toss and batting should give them some confidence.
Yes, I think that's a par score. It's not a great score. I think from the start that they had, especially the partnership between Liton Das and Altaf Hussain, which, took them over 50 and really set a platform. I think they could have done more. But kudos to the West Indian bowlers who bowl in the middle. They denied them too many free scoring opportunities, despite the fact that they did give away a lot of extras. But I think Hussain really held that middle of the bowling together. Shepherd was a bit expensive, right? However, I think good bowling and some good work in the field by Aiden Walsh, Rovman Powell, would have all aided in West Indies restricting Bangladesh to 162 for 5.
Yes, Anil, looking at the pitch with all the rains that we would have had, of course there would have been a little bit of moisture on the pitch at the start. Maybe the thing that forced Bangladesh to bat first here, hoping that it drives out and they have a chance to bowl last on it. Not a huge total, 163, winning the toss and batting. They will feel maybe not happy per se 100%. They would have been looking for much more, but they do have something to bowl at.
Well, they have a total to bowl at, and they would have seen the way in which Hussain bowled. He bowled with that bit flat, but he got some punches. He got some balls to turn. So they know that there's turn there in that wicket. They have got a plethora of spinners. They would have seen the difficulties or the struggle of some of the West Indian fast bowlers. And they would have seen the errors they would have made in terms of the length that they bowl at on the pitch. The pitch have a good covering of grass. There is some bounce, so there's some consistency. I don't expect
SWB audio capture not registered.
It's just a matter of the way they bowl the ball, how they change delivery, the slow balls, right, and how they support in the field. If they deny West Indies, easy singles and cut down on the boundary on the boundary shots, then they're in with a good chance. West Indies on the other hand, as one know, have got some of the highest dot ball percentage in T20 cricket. It's known West Indies have a lot of big hitters. They too would need to take the conditions into play and try to bat sensibly. They should try to pick up the most singles, rotate the strike, and force the Bangladeshi bowlers to create some errors, create some errors and bowl some bad balls as against going for a lot of big shots, especially against the Pretoria spinners, led by Shakib Ul Hasan.
Yes, I do agree with you. So 2 fine innings we've seen. Lytton Das for his 49 was a pity he didn't get the half century, and Afif Hussain, who scored 50 and then went via the run-out route. In the bowling department, Kyle Myers, 2 overs, no maiden, 14 runs, no wicket. McCoy, 4 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, no wicket. Akil Hussain, 4 overs, no maiden, 31 runs, no wicket. Odin Smith, 3 overs, 1 for 34. Romario Shepherd, 2 overs, 1 for 19. Dominic Drakes, 1 over that cost him 6 runs. And Hayden Walsh Jr., 4 overs, no maiden, 2 for 25. There were 16 extras. So we have updated you there with the bowling figures. Not bad bowling by the West Indians.
Not bad, but 16 extras. 16 extras. That's 16 extra deliveries they've given Bangladesh. They did not make full use of it, but think about stronger opposition. Think about a different opponent. I won't want to say stronger because everything is all relative, but think of a different opponent. That can really hurt you. So there is room for
SWB audio capture
obviously,
not registered.
in that you'd want to cut down on those 16 extras as much as you can. But all in all, I think they stuck to the task. They could have done better, but they've managed to restrict Bangladesh to what I would say is a par score, something that is gettable.
Yes, and let us look ahead now. The West Indian reply to this 100, and is it 162 or is it 163?
163.
163. So we confirm that 163 made by Bangladesh. So the target for West Indies will be 164. Most likely the West Indies might open with Myers and Shamar Brooks. What do you think the approach should be like?
Well, the West Indian approach would have to be one in which they utilize their strengths, yes, but I would still hope that they can look to rotate the strike a lot more. That will take the pressure off of them having to find that boundary in a difficult over, especially against the spinners. Right? The pitch is responsive to spin. We can see that from the way in which Usain Bolt, he's a left arm orthodox. Bangladesh would have that. They have Shakib Al Hasan, right? They have other spinners finger spinners with some amount of mystery in their repertoire. They will use that, what's happening in the pitch, what's on offer to the best of their abilities. So how West Indies respond to this will be critical. So I would hope that they would take that into consideration, look to rotate the strike, and yes, continue to put away bad balls whenever it's an offer.
Yes, and getting back to what you were saying, looking to rotate the strikes and collect the singles, build a partnership, that has been something that has been a bugbear to West Indian cricketers over the last many, many years. I know they had a training camp in Antigua, and running between the wickets, looking to score more singles, was one of the things that they look at. What's the reason have we not been able to rotate the strike?
SWB audio capture not registered.
Of our cricketers and our response to the evolving nature of the game of cricket. In the West Indies, we like to party, we like the big hits. The spectators love to see the sixes and the fours, and it's a big thing. Cricketers coming up in this environment would want to emulate the so-called stars in doing that. But the coaching staff, the developmental process at the ground level must try to drive home to young cricketers coming up the importance of strike rotation, the importance of picking the gaps, the importance of batting sensibly, the importance of the simple adage of play each ball on its merit. It doesn't mean block every ball. It means that if the ball is bad, it should be dispatched. If the ball is good, you should try to pick a single up. You should try to be safe about it. The importance of spending time at the crease. Yes, you're in the 2020 game. It's a quicker game. You need to get on with things. But getting a single is a very good score in T20, especially at the start. So if you're in defense, you can pick that single up. It gets you going. It gets you acclimatized. You're still scoring. You're still taking over. And then once the bad ball comes, because you're set, you're able to make better choices and dispatch it. And that is where your strike rate would go up from 100, getting that one single, to whatever it goes to. Because there's a lot of time in the game, even for T20 as well. So I think there are times when we tend to think, oh, we must rush out and get there and start it in boundaries, and we lose the plot. And once you lose the plot, it's hard to play catch-up. You lose a couple of wickets, your resources go down. It's difficult now when the guy's coming in, the opposition is buoyed, they're picking wickets up, so you're under more pressure. So I think the start, and if it's Brooks and Myers at the start, left-right-hand combination, I would hope that as part of their planning, they'll look at strike rotation.
SWB audio
Yes,
capture,
and here,
not
based on
registered.
what you're saying, Neil, we can talk two things here. One, we are talking about the skills in playing the game, and secondly, we are talking about the awareness level, where the fielders are, and your skill to play with soft hands, to pick the gaps. Those are essential if you're going to rotate the strike, because very often you find a batsman looks good, a big drive down towards mid-off, but straight to the fielder, a big drive down towards cover, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Soft hands and looking where your scoring opportunities are.
So most definitely, there's a lot of work to be done, even as we make way for Mr. Clyde Butts and John Ramsing as the umpires come out in the field. It'll be very interesting to see how West Indies go about chasing this target.
Yes, certainly. And that target that Neil talks about will be 164 after Bangladesh closed off on 163 for the loss of 5 of their 20 overs. Top scoring for Bangladesh, Afif Hussain, a fine 50, and Liton Das making 49. As my good friend Clyde Butts, he prepares himself to enter the analyst chair. Hello to you, Clyde. Do you think Bangladesh can get, West Indies can get on to that 164? More from you, and then it will be the voice of John Ramsing.
Thank you, Inderjeet. I would say that it's a challenging total, I think, when you get to 163. They got 12 runs less than I said they probably would have gotten. I did say that to John Ramsing when I left. But 12 runs less, I think it's still a challenging total, because when you look at the pitch, I don't think the ball is coming on that much for the shot makers, and you'll have to work a little harder to score those runs. I say good afternoon again to John.
Hello, Clyde. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again to our listeners. And we have a battle in our hand. 164, the target for West Indies. Bangladesh 163. Been in the toss and batting first.
SWB audio capture, not registered.
20 overs, 8.2 runs and over. West Indies starting with Brandon King. He's going to be receiving the first delivery. And Kyle Mayers, so the Jamaican and the Barbadian, the opening pair for West Indies. And we're just about ready for the run chase. So this is going to be an interesting battle. Kyle Mayers, 2 overs, none for 14. Obed McCoy, 4 overs, none for 29. Akil Hussain, 4 overs, none for 31. Odin Smith, 3 overs, 1 for 34. Romario Shepherd, 2 overs, 1 for 19. Dominic Drake's the solitary over, none for 6. And Hayden Wallace, the pick of the bowlers, 2 overs, none for 25. And the West Indies were bowling. And now the task at hand. 164 the target. First delivery. Here is down the leg side, and it's going to be a wide signal. So West Indies off and running already. First delivery down the leg side. King looking to sweep. No contact made.
Actually, not surprised either that Bangladesh start with a left arm spin to try and put some pressure on the West Indian batsman. This is hit
this one
high in the air over mid wicket.
Oh, that one has cleared the stands as well. It was on the line of the leg stump, and there is Brandon King picking it up nicely from that middle stump, middle and leg stump, and helping it all the way over mid-wicket into the boundary, and that's 6 runs immediately. So King off to a very good start, and Nasum Ahmad, the bowler, roughed up immediately, wide and now 6.
Yeah, that was a flat delivery just on about the leg stump. Brandon King was able to get under it and swept it over mid-wicket into the crowd. 6 runs. Good looking shot.
Yeah, Ahmad replacing Taskim, and this time he goes outside the off stump, and King looking to punch it down towards extra cover but cannot beat the fielder. Mamadullah right at extra cover on the edge of the
SWB audio capture not registered.
7 already. West Indies off to a very good start to just 1 scoring shot and 1 extra. King is in good form because he had a good knock in the last game as well in Dominica. This time a full delivery, quicker one as well on the line of the leg stump. King taken on the pad. So Taskin Ahmad is out and Nasum Ahmad is in. Ahmad starting with the new ball. Left arm spin from the media center end of the ground. It's a bit dark now overhead. Here he is, round the wicket, flighted delivery on the line of middle and leg, and King drives down towards straightish mid-wicket for a single. He's now on to 7, 8 without loss. It's getting a bit dark. Do you think it's rain on the horizon again?
I don't think we'll get rain soon. I think we'll definitely get a match. Whether we get the full 20 overs in is another problem, but I don't think there's any threat of immediate rain.
So left-handed Mears takes strike, and it gets a single immediately. This ball was on the line of his leg stump, and he turned it into the onside, just to the fielder at fine leg in the circle, and rotation in the strike. He's off the mark, Kyle Mears. 1 to Mears, 7 to Brandon King, 8 off the bat, 1 extra, 9 West Indies. The target 164. This time he drives down towards long on, mid on, in fact, and it's going to be out caught. Just Brandon King gets a delivery on the line of his leg stump and hit it with soft hands straight down the throat of the fielder at mid on. Mamadou took the catch very easily, and Ahmad strikes in his very first over, a mixed bag of an over. It had everything in it, and at the end of that over, 9 for the ones. West Indies losing. Brandon King caught at mid on for 7, early wicket.
Straight to the hands of Mamadullah.
Yeah, I think that was a little slower.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Over the top, and the slowness of the pitch. I think we've been speaking about that all day. The slowness of a pitch, it held up a little, and you end up spooning it out to long on, and Mamadullah took a very easy catch in that position. So I think that was an over that West Indies would say, we have lost a wicket, and that's pressure on you. If you lose a wicket in the first over, that tends to put pressure on the batting side as Brooks comes out.
So that over, like I said, had everything in it. Wide, a 6, some good deliveries, and then the wicket of Brandon King, caught at mid-on by Mamadullah. So Nasum Ahmad into the team today and immediately getting in the wickets column. Picked for his bowling and struck very early. So like you mentioned, Shamar Brooks is at number 3, but he's going to be at a non-strikers end, the over coming to an end. 9 for the loss of 1. So West Indies losing the early wicket, and that's what Bangladesh should be looking for. Kalmir is number 71 on his back, opening the batting, lots of responsibilities. He's been on a long time, Kalmir's. First delivery for him, and he gets it on the line of the middle and leg stump, turns it into the onside, and we'll get a single. Mahidi Hassan, the off spinner, bowling from the Players Pavilion end. His first over. Shamar Brooks, number 3, short of some runs in this format, but he's quite capable.
Yeah, he is a capable young player. He's a capable batsman, and somebody who would probably look at it and say, well, look, I need to try and build an innings, getting and try and work the ball around and pick singles up.
First delivery, the line of off stump, driven down towards extra cover, cannot score. So Mahidi Hassan, right arm over the wicket, was off spin. There's Brooks driving over the head of the field at mid-off.
SWB audio capture not registered.
And he'll go to 4, and the score now on to 13, in fact 14 for one, but was he comfortable getting off the mark there?
I think it was a deliberate shot. When you look at the way how he played it, realized the mid-off was in the circle, and a good way in as well. He just decided he was going to ease it over that mid-off position, and that was a good shot.
Brooks awaits the bowling of Mahidi Hassan. Here he is coming. He's coming over the wicket. The field at mid-off actually remains right back on the circle, and turns it into the onside. The ball is on the line of middle stump. Immediately the call is 2, and Brooks will go back and complete 2 runs. Good response as well from Mayers that the non-strikers in, as the ball went very close to the mid-wicket boundary. 2 more. So Brooks looking very busy so far.
Well, that was a good looking shot actually, because that ball was just slightly quicker, just a little short of a length, and he worked it nicely through mid-wicket and was able to pick up 2. That's a good looking shot.
So Mahidi Hassan, 34 matches, 26 wickets before this. Goes to Brooks on the line of the middle and leg stump again, and Brooks turns it with the tide down towards wide mid-on, and the field at long on comes around. So 1 more to Brooks. 17 for the loss of 1 wicket. Brandon King gone very early for 7. Wesley set a target of 164. This is over number 2. Mahidi Hassan this time wrong the wicket to the left-handed Mears. Short and wide. Mears punches it down towards extra cover, and the fielder collects, and that's the end of the second over in the run chase. West Indies looking to get 164 after 2 overs, 17 for the loss of 1.
And what we've seen from both spinners here is that they tend to bowl flat and quick, not giving the ball a chance really to spin. They more or less concentrate on bowling good length, good line, and trying to bowl things as
SWB
tight
audio
as
capture
possible.
not
When
registered.
you've got a pitch like this, because the ball has turned a little, you need to just slow it up at times. Just make the batsman look to come on the front foot and drive you.
Nasrum Ahmad will continue. He's going to be bowling his second over. First conceding 9 runs, but picked up the very important wicket of Brandon King. Here he is bowling to Brooks outside the off stump. The ball that jumped on the right-handed Brooks, and he defends back of the track. Nasrum Ahmad, the left-arm spinner, bowling round the wicket past the umpire, Gregory Brathwaite. Sometimes the left-arm spinner will go between the umpire and the stumps. This time he's going round the wicket. That's a very good delivery, and turn slightly after pitching, and I almost thought he had him bowled, but it beats the keeper as well.
Well bowled by Ahmad. That was a little slower, giving the ball a little bit more chance to work, and it spun across the left-hander, turn and bounce nicely.
This time, full ball on the line of middle stump, and it's hiked away down towards mid-wicket. 1 bounce for 4. Brooks not going to miss out this time. It was a much fuller one, and he actually made good connection, and Ahmad travels. So that's the boundary that West Indies were looking for. 21 now for the loss of 1.
Yes, he went for a 4. There was a bowler. I think you would be thinking, well, he just missed out there, because had that one just grip a little like the previous delivery, Brooks could have easily spooned that out into the offside.
There's an appeal for a leg before as the ball bowls on the line of middle and off stump. Brooks forward. Not out, says the umpire. Half-hearted appeal. So Brooks trying to be very positive. He moves on with that boundary to 11.
Just a change in feel at the moment. Bringing the deep backward square in and then pushing them on at mid-wicket out. On
SWB audio capture not registered.
Nice Thursday afternoon attendance. You don't want to say a crowd by any means. Full on the middle and off stump again from Ahmad. There's Brooks defending. Nice crowd in the nice Thursday afternoon crowd, Clydie.
Yes, there's a few people actually coming as the day have gone, and I think what has happened as well with the weather being the way it was this morning, a lot of people would have been thinking that there will be no cricket.
There's Ahmad this time. Brooks gets a delivery that jumps on him on the line of leg stump, middle and leg stump, but turns it into the onside. The fielder at short backward square comes around, but cannot prevent the single, and that's going to be the end of the third over. So after 3 overs, West Indies set a target of 164. Brooks is on 12, Mayer's on 2, 22 for 1.
Yeah, not a decent over from Ahmad bowling. Just a little slower than the previous over. We did see Brooks hit him over mid-wicket with one of those deliveries for 4, but I don't think he would mind that. And he's probably thinking, well, when this ball gets a little older, I'll get those to grip. And if he plays across the line of that, he would be taking a chance against me.
Mahidi Hassan will continue. This is his second over. His first cost 8 runs. Bowling quick delivery this time on the line of the leg stump. Brooks turns it into the onside, but cannot beat the fielder at fine leg. Had that beaten that fielder, it would have been a sure boundary.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan as well is bowling flat. He tends to bowl a little quicker from what I've previously seen of him, a little slower. I mean,
this time is hitting straight to the fielder at that short backward square, just to the right of the square leg umpire. Shamar Brooks looking to be positive. Short delivery, helped, but straight into the hand of the fielder, who takes a very simple catch. He waited on it, and that's the fall of the second wicket. Brooks caught at short backward square for 12. West Indies in over number 4. 22 for the loss of 2.
well, that was a short delivery asking to be hit, but I think what Brooks did is that he didn't get underneath it.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Behind square on the leg side, and who took a fairly simple catch because it went straight to him. It probably went a little hard, but straight to him. I think Brooks would have been probably thinking he should have gone underneath it with 2 fielders fielding behind square in the circle. I think the ideal thing would have been for him to look to go over the top rather than to hit it past those 2 players.
1 for 9 when Brandon King went. Now it's 2 for 22. So West Indies scoring at a fair clip, but they're also losing wickets.
And they have to be very careful. You don't want to be losing too many wickets in the power play. I think there's a saying that when you lose three wickets in the power play, you tend to struggle to put a decent score on. And I think what they have to do now is they have to try and build that little partnership with the 2 players that are out in the middle now. Mayers, and he's being joined by...
Looks like Odin Smith.
So he's coming out to play some shots as well.
Well, I know Brooks was going at a fair clip, but then he was dismissed just for 12. And now Odin Smith coming in. What's that move about there?
Well, I think the move is that we have lost 2 wickets in the power play. We are going to send Smith in to have a go as well. Slow bowlers are bowling. And you would have thought that Pooran probably would have been the ideal person. Pooran can get along with it. He can hit the ball over the top. And I think he needs should have come in and just work the ball around. You don't want to be losing another wicket and then you're under tremendous pressure.
So first delivery to Smith. Hassan bowls on the line of the middle stump and he drives back up the track. Right-handed Smith takes strike again. This time looks for the big drive as his ball was bowled on the line of his middle and off stump. And it goes down towards deep mid-wicket just for a single. He's off the mark, Odin Smith. 23 for 2 is still in over number 4.
I think that's what Odin Smith has come out to
SWB
do.
audio capture not registered.
Try and get as much runs as possible in the power play.
Bangladesh and their power play were 44 for 2, so they lost 2 wickets as well in their power play. Now West Indies already losing 2. Hassan bowls to left-handed Mayers on the line of the off stump and looking to turn it into the onside. Drove down towards mid-on. Mahmadullah, the captain, is there and sends the fielding. So no run. So West Indies, if you look at the West Indies squad, Ravman Powell is still there in the hut as well. Might have been an option. This time it's a short ball from Hassan and it's pulled by Mayers down towards mid-wicket just for 1. So he's going to keep the strike as the over comes to an end. And at the end of 4 overs, West Indies 24 for 2, looking to get 164 to beat Bangladesh here at Providence.
Well, at the moment, I think Bangladesh should be pretty happy with the 2 wickets that they have got, and then they've seen Smith come out, who is obviously coming as a pinch hitter to come and try and put some more pressure on the Bangladeshi spinners. And Bangladeshi would be thinking, well, if we can just snip another wicket here within the next 2 overs, that would be putting pressure on the West Indies with Pooran and Powell still to come, the recognised batsmen, and then the all-rounders.
Nasur Mamad will continue. This is his 3rd over. Bowling left arm. Bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Mayers. This one is on the line of just outside the line of the leg stump. Plays it defensively back up the track. The fielder at mid-on comes around. 2 overs, 1 for 14 prior to this. Here's Ahmad, this time switches over the wicket, and that's a good delivery. Quicker one as well, just outside the off stump. And Mears looking to drive, missed it. Taken by the keeper, a little bit of extra bounce from the left arm spinner.
Well, Ahmad here is now bowling one delivery over the wicket, one delivery around the wicket, just changing his angles a little to the batters.
SWB audio capture not registered.
One, and much closer to the bat as well, and there is Mears rushed into that stroke, plays it defensively back up the track again. Still, there's no run. Short ball around the wicket, and this time it's going to be dispatched for 4. That one sat up nicely and was begging to be hit, and there is Mears taking full advantage of that one, and now he takes his personal score on to 7. And in over number 5, Bangladesh 28 for 2.
Well, that was a bad
West
delivery,
Indies 28
really.
for 2.
That was a bad delivery, really. That was a long hop and was given the treatment it deserved. He bowled two deliveries earlier that was a little fuller, forcing Mears on the back foot, looking to play a cross-batted shot that kept low. But this time, it just stood up for him to hit, and he hit it well.
Nasur Mahmad, 22 matches, 27 wickets. Prior to this, he has some experience, and he's going to go once again round the wicket. Over the wicket, yes, he's left-handed. Back down the track goes Mears, back over the head of the bowler, and that is going to clear the media centre as well by some distance. 6 runs, that was a full delivery outside his off stump. And Mears took full advantage of that one as well, back-to-back boundaries, and now he's going to go into double figures. His score is now on to, looks like 12, 16 in fact, and then total 34 for the loss of 2.
Well, that was a delivery given genuine flight by Ahmad, and Mears accepting the challenge, inviting Mears to go over the top. Mears accepting the challenge and hit it out of the ground. It's a good looking shot.
Here's Ahmad once again. This time Mears gets a delivery on the line of his middle stump and punches it, but in the air. Das, who's at mid-on the circle, could not come in time, but will get a single. So Mears completes the over with a single, and the score now on to 35 for loss of 2. 5 overs gone. Mears, in fact, is now
SWB audio capture not registered.
Odin Smith is on 1.
Sometimes the things that tear us apart are the ones that unite us and bring us closer together. Where there is life, let's keep on dreaming. Where there is love, let's find unity. Where there is hope, keep on believing. Keep holding on.
A message from Sajigor.
35 for 2, just one delivery in over number 6 completed. Mahidi Hassan continues to Mears down the track, try to reach the ball in the full, but just pushing it down towards extra cover. So 2 dot deliveries in over number 6, the final over of the power play. This time he goes over mid-on to a ball that was on the line of his leg stump and gets the boundary that he was looking for. Mears goes quickly on to 18, 39 for 2 in over number 6.
Again, the bowler just pulling that one back a little, thinking that the batsman would have been looking to come down the track to him, pulling back his length, and he was back and able to hit that over long on and get a 4 runs.
Mahidi Hassan in his 3rd over, 1 for 14. Here he is, round the wicket to Mears. Quicker delivery on the line of the leg stump. Mears driving down to mid-on for no run. 39 for 2. Final over of the power play. Weston is looking to get 164. Here's Hassan once again to Mears. Mears down the track and looking for a quick single. The bowler in his follow through will try to get the ball to the keeper's end and hit the batter as he was coming through, Odin Smith. And a single eventually taken. 40 for 2. Quite exciting passage of play.
Yeah, I think Mears there deciding he was trying to go after Hassan. He was giving him the charge. Hassan equal to the task, pulled it down, pitch it into the
SWB audio capture not registered.
Went out to the onside and they got a quick single.
So now it's Odin Smith's opportunity to face up to Mahidi Hassan. He's going to go over the wicket to the right-handed batter. And there's a feeler at long on. And this one is full delivery down the leg side, however, and wide signaled by the umpire. So there's a deep mid-wicket and a field at long on. The 2 boundary riders for the off-spinner to the right-handed batter. So White takes a total on to 41 for 2, still in the final over of the power play for West Indies. Hassan, quick delivery again into the pad of Odin Smith, down this leg side. The keeper does not feel cleanly. And not a wide signal, missing the pad of Odin Smith. Hassan again, that was a very quick one, I must say. Hassan, full delivery, and Smith drives just outside his off stump. There's a field at mid-off. Who does the fielding? And that will be the end of the power play. So West Indies, after 6 overs, 43 for the loss of 2. Similarly, when Bangladesh were batting, 44 for 2 at the end of their power play.
Yeah, just a run different. And I think in that over, we did see Hassan trying his best, thinking that the batsman would be coming down at him to try and hit him over mid-wicket or mid-on and pushing 2 deliveries wide out the leg stump, trying to bowl for that stump out. But Smith was equal to the task and did not accept the challenge.
Mm-hmm. How long will Bangladesh continue their spinners? We'll have to wait and see. But more for you, Clyde, then it will be Indrajit Prasad.
Well, I think Bangladesh now has decided that spin is their best option in this game. And I think we'll see them probably bowling a little bit more like this. But now with that they're out of the circle with the power play finish. And who's coming on?
Shakib Al Hassan.
Al Hassan, a man that has a lot of experience, has been there, done that.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Well, because he, I think, has come out to look to go over to hit the ball up, take the bowlers apart. And actually, Hassan has come on.
Hassan bowls to Smith. Big swing and a miss. He's gone leg before. First delivery, Shakib Al Hassan. And Smith cannot believe he stands there, but he was plumb in front and he's gone. So the experiment has not worked for the West Indies. They are now 43 for the loss of 3.
Well, I was very surprised when Smith actually came ahead of Puran. At that time, I thought we weren't behind or anything like that. And you thought your batsman would have come out, looked to build a partnership with Mayers, who've been batting well. Instead, we saw Smith coming out, probably just decided to go after the bowling. In that time, Mayers have started to score, and Smith has been at the other end looking on. And when Smith got the chance, as the power play was finished, first delivery, he's gone.
Well, that's not sensible cricket, I'm afraid. First delivery, you're facing up to Shakib Al Hassan. It wasn't there in the slot. It was a good delivery, right on target, and he looked to play the slug sweep. Well, the rest is history.
But what else do you expect from Smith when he came out? He came out to do a job. He didn't get a chance really in the power play, but he's still there at the end of the power play. He's not going to try and bat any much different. That's the way how he plays. He loves to hit the ball. He loves to go over the top. And he's paid the price.
Yes, and maybe, you know, this is something that Cricket West Indies need to look back at. Was it the right time to send Odin Smith against the spinners? He's more successful against the medium fast and fast bowlers where he can swing through the line. And I think Bangladesh has called it right so far. They have picked up the wicket of Smith as the new batter comes out in the middle. So,
SWB audio capture not registered.
As we watch Shakib, this is driven. That's a brilliant shot out through the covers. And in fact, it's Nicholas Puran. Good drive. A delivery just outside the line of the off stump and coming off the mark and looks good too.
Yeah, Puran should have been the batsman from before, but he's now come out, and that first delivery given him genuine flight by Shakib Al Hassan, looking to hit, and he hit it well through the covers.
Yes, certainly he did. And here's a drive by Myers down towards extra cover. He came forward and he drove at it. There was an air of danger as he played the shot, just holding back it a little. It ends well for him down the leg side, and this is going to be called a wide.
I think the difference with Shakib Al Hassan and the other spinners that we have seen is that Shakib is going to bowl much slower than those guys. He's got the experience, he's got the guile as well. And that's what he's going to do. And I think with the pitch playing the way it is, he's going to be probably a little bit more attacking than the other bowlers and a little more difficult to play as well.
Yes, and this is swung away into the onside field, down towards mid-wicket on the boundary by Myers. He gets another run. With that single, he moves on to 20. Here is Puran beaten outside the line of the off stump. That was beautifully bowled. And he came forward in defense there. Outfoxed by the bowler, it went through to the keeper.
Well bowled again from Shakibul Hassan, giving it a little more flight, teasing him outside the off stump. He was just looking to come forward and block it and missed it.
Yes, so Hassan, well, he's going to pull all the tricks out of the bag. He's a seasoned campaigner and a superstar in his own right. Turned away by Puran this time, down towards short backward square, and they get the single as the return comes in. One more to the score. The over has been completed. 7 overs gone at the end of 7. West Indies looking for 164. They're 47 for the loss of 3.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Great over from Shakibul Hassan. He came on, forced delivery, got a wicket, and he's put the pressure on both batters, left-handers, batting at the moment, bowling them a little slower than the earlier spinners, inviting them to look to hit him straight back over his head. He's got the guile, he's got the patience, and this is the type of pitch that he will bowl well on.
Yes, so Mozadek Hassan, he will continue as a right-arm off-spinner, and he will continue from the southern end of the ground. And we'll give you the bowling figures in a moment. So far, Shakibul Hassan 1 for 4. He has just bowled 1 over. And we're watching Mozadek. He's bowling around the wicket. He comes up, bowls to Puran. He comes down the track and strokes it down towards short extra cover. There is no run, can't score. And just West Indies might just be losing too many wickets very quickly. Mozadek Hassan bowls to Puran, and this is whipped nicely off the pads, down towards short backward square. They get the single, 1 more to the score. That will move on now to 48. So Clyde Butts has departed, and Neil Barry has come back in strike. Hello to you, Neil.
Yes, hello. Indigit, yes, so the West Indies 3 down. Can't say I'm surprised, especially if you're going to go gung-ho from ball 1 without taking the situation into consideration.
That's short, and Puran is smashing at that one. That's a powerful blow. Back over the head. In fact, that's Myers. What a fine shot by Myers for 6. That was all timing and good wristy shot too. Stood on the back foot. What a fine shot.
Yeah, this dragged down by Mahidi Hassan, looking to go into the pitch, and Myers just waited on the ball, hit it full with a full face, punch it back over the bowls for 6. He's a strong lad, I can tell you that.
Well, it's actually Mozadek
SWB audio capture
Myers is going
not
after
registered.
him again. Tugs it away down towards wide long on, and they get the single. So good rotation of the strike. And Myers is looking very dangerous out in the middle. He has gotten to 26, 55 for the loss of 3. So in all the little excitement, we just missed the 50 for the West Indies. Puran is tucking this one away down towards wide long on, and they get the single. 1 more to the score, and the rotation here continues to be good. 2 left-handers at the wicket. So here is Mozadek once again. He's bowling round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Myers, and he's getting a good delivery. But he did the right thing. He was coming down the track and then kills the spin. The ball played back up the track for the bowler himself to feel. There is no run. 8 overs gone at the end of 8. Bangladesh, they're 56 for the loss of 3, the latest from Providence.
Yes, the West Indies continues to pick up boundaries. They're not rotating the strikers one would have liked at this stage of the game to take the pressure off of them. The captain is out there with Myers. Myers he's on 26. He has struck some good lusty blows. At 26, I have 2 4s and 2 6s inside. So there's a lot of deliveries in which he did not rotate the strike. That, of course, has been the Achilles heel of West Indian batsmen of West Indies cricket. I think the West Indies have the highest dot ball percentage for any team in the top 10 in ODIs and 20 overs. But, of course, they do make it up with their big hits. But they don't work all of the time, hence one can attribute that to their inconsistency in terms of performance. That's an area, of course, that they need to work on. The experiment of Odin Smith did not work. But of course, in T20, teams tend to try different things. They sent him out to maximize in the power play, and it didn't work in the JIT.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Mustafizur Rahman comes into the bowling attack. He comes up and bowls Puran down the track and smashes it over long off for 6. That's a great shot by the West Indian captain. He winded into that one, had the power, and it cleared the long off boundary for 6. That's a fantastic shot played by Nicholas Puran as he moves on to 10.
Greetings to the new fast bowler, the seam bowler coming from left arm over. And Puran, this advance hit through the line for 6. Now, that was a great shot. That's a great shot. He's certainly indicated, the manner in which he will play.
So Rahman wrapped up in his first delivery, comes in once again, bowls to Puran, and he's swinging this one away, out to through wide long on. They've taken one. Yes, says Myers. Puran is out. Well, you did not need to put in the dive, had the legs to get there, and he has made his intention clear. Once it's pitched up here, he's going to go after it. He gets 2 more. He moves on to 12, and the West Indies score is propelled now to 64 for the loss of 3. So for the left-handed Puran, there is a third man that is going to be pulled a little bit closer in, just maybe around that 30-yard circle. There's also backward point. We have cover on the boundary. There's an extra cover. We're having long off. There is long on, mid-wicket, and a square leg out on the boundary, and a short backward square as well. Here is Rahman from the commentary box end. Left arm, medium fast, bowls to Puran. That's short, and he swings and misses outside the line of the off stump. Was it the slow ball there, Neil?
Slow ball. Rahman has quite a few of those in his armory. One we've seen him in different parts of the world producing that slow ball. Just dragged it down a bit, possibly rolling the wrist away, taking the seam away from the batsman. Puran going across the line.
SWB audio capture not registered.
One would think he would want to try and pick up singles and stay out there.
Yeah, this is a short delivery, and he jumps inside the line and tugs it away down towards mid-wicket on the boundary, and he gets a single. So another run to Puran. He now moves on to 13, 165 for the loss of 3. Brandon King was caught by Mamadullah of Ahmed. He made 7. Brooks caught by Hack off the bowling of Hassan for 12. And Smith, LBW Shakib for 2. The last wicket going down when the score was on 43. Here is Rahman once again. Comes in, bowls to Myers. Myers gets a good delivery and steers it down towards short third man. And Puran hustled through for the single. It was going straight to the field, but the communication was good.
Communication was good, and Myers took the pace off of the ball to allow the time for Puran and himself to go through for that single. The field had to come to it, and that's the type of aggressive running that one would want to see more of from West Indian batsmen.
Yes, and that has been brilliant, spot on that occasion. Back comes Puranian strike. Rahman bowls to Puran, and he's pulling from outside the line of the off stump, down through forward square. Mid-wicket comes around, fires the return in, and Puran will go back and complete 2. So 2 more runs to Nicholas Puran, and the score will now move on to 68, I make it, for the loss of 3. The over has been completed, so 9 overs gone. 68 for the loss of 3, the latest from Providence.
And this has been a good over for West Indies. This is what you would want to see a lot more of. You had the boundary shot the very first ball, but after that you had, several twos and singles in that mix, allowing for a big over.
SWB audio capture
11
not
runs
registered.
in the over for the West Indies. They want to keep it. If they keep batting like this, they'll get home in a canter.
Well, so far, so good between these two. 68 for the loss of 3. Over number 10 is about to begin, as this is on the line of the off stump, coming forward and driving sweetly down towards long off. It was a fine shot by Carl Mayers. He's timing this ball beautifully as Mahedi Hassan pitched on the line of the left-handers off stump. They get the single. 69 now for the loss of 3. Their target is 164. Now Hassan is trying to get the long off going further to his right, so it's a wide long off. He comes up and bowls to Puran, gets a good delivery. He's defending, plays back up the track for the bowler himself to field, and there is no run. So far, Hassan 1 for 4 as we watch down the track come Puran. He's driving down towards wide long off, and they'll get the single. And this has been a good partnership, nice little partnership so far, with the score now moving on to 70 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, good partnership developing. Puran is out there. He's obviously the captain. He's dictating the terms. He's forcing Mayers to run, and he's looking to promote strike rotation, which is very good.
Mayers taps away, and he's looking to play with soft hands here. The intention by Mayer was good. Drop it with soft hands into the onside, but was a good delivery. Didn't get enough of the bat onto it, into the ground, and there is no run. Mehdi Hassan comes in once again, bowls to Myers. Back he goes and forces this down towards cover, and they get the single. One more to the score. So while much more of the fielders are on the boundary, this is good awareness shown here by Kyle Myers, looking for the singles and getting them as well. Back comes Puran in strike.
SWB audio capture not
71
registered.
for the loss of 3. As we watch, Mahedi Hassan comes in, bowls to Puran. He's coming forward. Here's a single on take again. Plays it down towards wide long off, and they'll take an easy single. Brilliant rotation of the strike. The over has been completed. 10 gone. At the end of 10, West Indies here 72 for the loss of 3. More from you, Neil, and then it's going to be the voice of John Ramsing.
It's a good cricket by this West Indian pair to try to put together a partnership, losing 3 wickets in the power play. Captain Puran out there now with Myers, and together they have been picking singles up. They've been dispatching bad balls. They've been forcing the pace, but sensibly thus far, John. So they need to continue to do so. They need to develop that partnership, bat deeply, and once the two of them remain there, they should see their team home. They have all the opportunities to see their team home.
92 runs to win from the final 10 overs. 72 for 3, West Indies. At the same stage, Bangladesh was 72 for 2.
So, game progressing evenly thus far. How do they charter through the next 3 to 4 overs is the key for both sides.
Over number 11 has started, down to the leg side, beats the keeper as well, and it's going to go down towards the boundary at fine leg, and that's going to be runs. So I was looking to see if umpire Braffett is going to signal anything else, but 4 runs. So that was Puran advancing down to Hussain and got some bat onto that one. Good start to the over for Puran.
Yes, I mean, Hussain saw him coming. He fired it in on the leg stump. Puran adjusted well, just was able to guide it away from the keeper's gloves. Had he missed that, you'd have been stumped.
This time, gets a full delivery and he
SWB audio capture not registered.
Up in the face of the bat, but looking for a single that is not on. So Mozarek Hussain continues, bowling round the wicket to the West Indies captain. Puran is on 21, Mayers is on 29. Nice partnership building for West Indies. Full slower delivery on the line of the middle stump, and it drives again, just up in the face of the bat, drives square of the wicket for a single this time. And the score moves on to 77 for 3. This is over number 11. And Mozarek continues. This is his second over. Down the leg side, quick delivery again, fired in. And good take, you would say, from the wicket keeper. That was an excellent take.
Excellent take indeed, because that would have been 4 extras, without a doubt.
So Mozarek continues, he bowls round the wicket again. So Mayers backs away, gets a delivery that was going to be wide outside the leg stump, but he backed away so far that he got it in front of him and turns it into the onside, down towards a straightish mid wicket for a single. So rotation in the strike as well. And this is a very good partnership building for West Indies. And it's a crucial partnership as well for the 4th wicket. Nicholas Puran takes a strike. Mozarek bowls on the line of his leg stump and he drives back on the track. As the bowler rag fell out of his pocket.
Mozadek is bowling very flat. He recognized the way the pitch is playing. He's trying to go into the turf. There are some balls might just be holding up just a little. But he's firing it in. And there are times outside the line of the off stump where the batsman is just able to use the space and guide it away. So he's trying to keep it as straight as possible.
Here he is. Once again, a good delivery. Straight. This time, no turn, no movement at all. And Puran turns
SWB audio capture not registered.
Backward square comes off the boundary and collects. One more to Puran, one more to West Indies. Puran is now on to 23. 80 for the loss of 3. West Indies had a target of 164. They're now 80 for 3 after 11.
And what is clear, John, is that the amount of dot balls have reduced since Puran have come to the wicket, and that have made up for the drop in boundary shots. So they have reduced the dot balls, they have rotated the strike, and they have kept abreast with the scoring. At the moment, it's neck and neck between Bangladesh and West Indies. If, for those who might be watching on the television screen, they will just put up the data up there. And West Indies need to continue to do that. Bangladesh will have to go to their seamers, which would allow for a bit more pace onto the, coming off of the track and allow the batsmen to play a bit freer through the line. So when that comes, they can, get some more opportunities to hit boundaries.
So Seamer is introduced into the attack and he's going to be bowling over number 12. West Indies 80 for 3. Means they're 84 runs away from victory. So 84 runs from 9 overs. That can be a bit of an uphill task. Required run rate just under 10 runs and over, Neil Barry.
And once you have the resources, you can overcome that.
So first delivery of a new over, punched away nicely down towards, cut away in fact down towards wide third man, and that's going to be 4 runs to Nicholas Puran outside the off stump. Wit was given, and Puran cutting and getting the boundary.
Wit given on offer by Riemann, a bit short, wide, allow, and again pace. Once the faster bowlers are on, once they air in line and in length, they will be punished by 2 batsmen who are in form. And these batsmen love to play their shots, and that was a great shot.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Islam, once again from the players' pavilion end. Bowls left arm and he's bowling over the wicket, and Puran pulls this time all the way down towards the backward square for a single. A short ball, but not causing any concerns for the West Indies captains. He just pulled it all along the ground for a single. Single that will take him on now to 28, 85 for 3. This is over number 12. So Islam, once again, passes umpire Leslie Rifford Jr. This time Mayers gets a ball on the line of his body, and Puran fell as he was going through for the single, and the bowler had a throw at the stump at the non-strikers, then missed it, and it's all happening here, and Puran was able to get back. All the Bangladesh fielders with their hands on their head, realizing they've missed an opportunity to run out West Indies captain, and at the end of it, 85 for 3, dot ball.
A dot ball indeed. Good response by the bowler in his follow through to close on the angle, pick up, and had he hit the stump, Puran would have been gone. But that's one of the thrills of the game. You're going to throw the stumps down. You've got to aim accurately. He was just off. Puran survives, but good cricket indeed.
Very well bowled indeed. So Mears awaits the bowler. Mears on 30 this time. He gets a ball just outside the off stump. Very short ball.
Smashed away.
And he pulled it for a maximum. So Mears waiting his time and gets the short delivery and pulls for 6. 91 now for the loss of 3. Mears on to 36.
Islam, the previous delivery, tried the short ball, but on that occasion he took the pace off. This time he put the pace on, and Miles was able to react instantly, timed it well, and smashed it over mid-wicket for a big 6.
Miles 36.
SWB audio capture not registered.
3 sixes to him and 2 4s from some 28 deliveries. So looking very good at the crease. Kyle Mears gets a slow delivery on his off stump and just opens the face of the bat, runs it out to short to third man. And just a single, Mustafizur Rahman We've yet to see. He's the third man, short third man, and he collects. So one more to Mears. He's now on to 37. 92 now for the loss of 3. So West Indies in pursuit, hot pursuit, you must say, of 164 to beat Bangladesh. This is the third and final T20 of the 3-match series. First game affected by rain, so no result. Second game, West Indies won that one easily. And now this is the third and final. So there's a short delivery from Shariful. And Puran pulls it down just in front of his eyes, in front of the square leg umpire, and takes an easy single. So one more to Puran. He's now on to 29 at the end of 12 overs. 93 for a loss of 3. 93 for 3. West Indies now need for the 71 runs.
Everything you want, everything you need, got the taste you love, anywhere that you may be. It's the Caribbean flavor. Shirley biscuits make me happy.
Shirley got it all about the flavor. Shirley never let me down. When I live it at the beach on the town, Shirley biscuits always feel like home.
Everything you want, everything you need, got the taste you love, anywhere that you may be. It's the Caribbean flavor. Shirley biscuits make me happy.
Savor, enjoy, taste, love. Shirley, the Caribbean's favorite biscuit.
Still 71 runs away from victory, and a 50-run partnership coming up between the pair of left-handers, Nicholas Puran, the captain, and the opener, Cal Mears. So a very good partnership, Neil Barry.
A good partnership.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Mr. Fazir bowls a very full delivery, and Puran squeezes it down towards third man, just opening the face of the bat. Could have very well been a boundary had he gotten it either side of that fielder at backward point, but good feeling. And one more to Puran. He's now on to 29, 94 for the loss of 3 wickets. It means that they're 70 runs away from victory, West Indies. 47 deliveries still to be bowled. Mustafa Zir once again runs away from us now from the media centre end. Bowls to Mears, gets a delivery outside the off stump, looking to go through the covers, but peels off the outside edge. You get a single as the field that short third man collects. So rotation in the strike. So the 50-run partnership coming up in just under 6 overs of batting between the pair at a decent clip of just 8.6 runs and over. Like Neil Barry says, it came at the right time. Puran and Cal Mears. Mustafa Zir again, this time on the line of the middle and leg stump, and is pulled away nicely. Helped away basically by Nicholas Puran. It was short, angled into the left-hander, and he pulled it all along the ground for 4. And that 4 will take West Indies closer to the 100 mark. 99 for 3. This is over number 13.
Good control shot by Puran. Short again by the Bangladeshi bowler, but this time pace was on. So Puran was able to adjust well and swiveled and hit it just back with a square for 4.
Mustafa Zir in his second over, and it's already been roughed up. Here he is, bowls a slow delivery this time outside the line of the off stump to Puran. Puran drives, and the ball is going to go into the offside and fielded by Shariful Hussain, Shariful Islam for a single. So the 100 coming up for West Indies.
SWB audio capture not registered.
A loss of 3.
Yes, and going at a good clip. The option, though, John, by the Bangladeshis of going short, I don't think it's a good one at this stage of the game.
Here is Mustafa Zir once again. Short ball, and this is going to go way over the head of Cal Mears, and umpire Braffett will signal a wide. That was a very short ball.
Very short indeed. I mean, over the shoulder, with a slower bouncer, as they're trying to deny the West Indian batsmen pace and width, but they do not have the control of it. And that's, to their undoing. They're allowing, the West Indian batsmen to free their arms, and when they do try putting pace on at the same length as being dispatched.
63 runs away from victory now, West Indies. Here is Fizz once again. Not a full delivery. Mears goes inside out, and it's going to get another maximum over the head of the fielder. Das at long off. He's just a spectator as the ball goes into the red stand. And 6 more to Cal Mears, 6 more to West Indies. That 6 will take the total now on to 107. Mears on to 38.
You know, we talk about them bowling too short, but then when they go full, you need to know exactly where you go when you go full. Going into the slot, into the half volley length is not good for a batsman like Kieran Miles, who's set on 40 yard. He will dispatch you. That was over pitch. He was able to hit it through the line, over, long off for another 6.
That's his 4th 6 of his innings so far. 44 from 31 deliveries, Kyle Mears. Now in his 11th match. 197 runs, highest of 40, so he's gone past his previous best. Kyle Mears. Here's face once again, not a full delivery to Mears. Mears drives, but will not beat the fielder at extra cover. Captain Mamadullah. And that will be the single that will end over number 13. So the score after 13 overs, 108 for 3. West Indies looking to get
SWB audio capture not registered.
That final delivery is what they want to be bowling a lot more of. If you can get it right up there in the block hole, deny the batsman the room to get under you to hit you for 6s, or give them width to hit through the offside or onside, that's where you want to be. And that's where bowlers have got to practice and work on more and more. The T20 game is more a batsman's game. They will come at you. There's a shorter time to bat, therefore the resources are a lot more. So you, the bowler, have got to really develop your craft. You've got to work on hitting those Yorkers right. If you're going to have the slow balls, they've got to be delivered well. And Bangladesh seam bowlers have not been able to execute as well as they would have wanted.
Mehdi Hassan's back into the attack, and there's Mears hitting him back over the head, first ball, and that will be his maiden half century at the T20 international career. Kyle Mears, 51 from 33 deliveries, 5 6s and 2 4s. Quite a good knock from him so far. West Indies now 114 for 3 at the start of over number 14.
38 runs from boundaries from 51. Right, good batting by Kyle Mears. He is not only playing the big shots, I think he was very selective. He responded to the type of delivery that was bowled, and he maximized on bad deliveries on every occasion.
Hassan again, this time quicker one on the line of his leg stump. And Mears drives down towards long on for a single this time. So he's looking very good. It's not Mahidi Hassan, in fact, it's Mossadegh who's into the attack, and he's bowling from the players' pavilion end, bowling round the wicket. And there's Puran this time. Full delivery on the line of his leg stump, and we get a single to mid-wicket. So Puran now moves on to 36. So West Indies.
SWB audio capture not registered.
West Indies on course, you'd want to say. But a few wickets can change the complexion of this game as Mossadegh bowls to Mears. And Mears gets this one on the line of his leg stump and is forward, drives down to long on for an easy single. 170 now for 3. Mears on to 53. Puran, who's on 36, is back on strike. Mossadegh round the wicket, and Puran gets a quick delivery, but it was just angled just outside his leg stump. And he plays it into the onside. And the bowler in his follow through had to run to short mid wicket to collect. Cannot deny Puran the single. West Indies total now on to 118 for the loss of 3. Puran on to 37. This is still over number 14 in progress. Here's awaits the bowler. This time he gets a full delivery on his middle stump and turns once again down towards deep mid wicket. And a single. So it's rotation in the strike. And at the end of the over, 14 gone. 119 for 3. Mears on 54. Nicholas Puran, 37.
And as I depart from the analyst chair, I leave the question for my incoming friend Clyde Butson John to discuss. Why, oh why, did you send Odin Smith at that stage of the game? As analysts, we of course are Monday morning quarterback. We will attempt to analyze, attempt to provide you, the listeners, to answers to questions as the game unfolds, but some decisions do baffle us as well.
So 5 overs and 6 overs still to go. 45 runs away, West Indies from victory. And Neil Barry has asked not the difficult question, he's asked the obvious question. why
SWV audio capture not registered.
in the West Indies innings. Start of over number 15, and this time Mears drives down to cover for a single. Clyde Butts makes his way into the analyst position as Nasum Ahmad continues. So it's set up nicely, 4 runs to get. This is over number 15 being bowled. Nice partnership of 76 runs so far between Pooran and Kyle Mears. Here is Nasum Ahmad down the leg side, signaled wide by the umpire. So our umpires have been very busy. Lots of extras in the innings, both innings in fact. So West Indies needing just 44 now from 34 delivery. This one has a full delivery. Here's Pooran going on one knee and slugging this one all the way over mid-wicket for a maximum. It was full in the arc, and there's Pooran on one knee, helping it away down towards mid-wicket, and he gets another maximum. That's his second 6. He now moves on to 43. West Indies now 125. 127 in fact for 3.
That was a good shot from Pooran. He came down the track, got to the pitch and went under it and hit it over mid-wicket for 6.
Short ball again and looking to get the same result, but it was too short this time, so he just pulls it along the ground to the fielder at forward of square, but gets the single. So Nasum Ahmad licking the early boundary. Here he is now. Round the wicket to Mears. Mears gets his delivery on the line of his legs and hits it in the air. The fielder at long on is coming around. He's going to take it. So that's the fall of Kyle Mears. Looking to clear Mahiri Hassan at long on. Only succeeded in giving him a simple catch. And I was just saying Nasum Ahmad being roughed up in the over, but he's gotten the wicket of Kyle Mears, caught at long on of his bowling. Mears gone for 54. West Indies now 100.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Yeah, delivery, that was a little slow, a little more pitched up, and he didn't look to really heave it as we see them positive approach before. This time I think he was just looking to hit it in the gap. Got it high on the bat, it went high in the air. Hassan running in from a wide long on position, was able to get under it and take a good catch. So well bowled by Ahmed, pitching the ball up, getting the batsman to look to go over the top. Didn't get hold of it as he would have liked, and then up spooting it into the air, and a good running catch by Hassan on the wide long on boundary. And the thing is, there were 3 men in that position to take that catch. There was a deep backward square, there was a mid-wicket on the boundary, there was a long on wide, and there was a straight long on as well on the boundary. So if it didn't hit it, you were going to be out anyhow. And he didn't time it at all.
Tried to take on the field there and lost his wicket. And Mears, 54 from 37 deliveries, 2 4s and 5 6s.
Oh, he batted pretty well. He played some lovely shots. When he hit over the top, he wasn't trying to really bust the ball. He was trying to more or less time the deliveries over long off, wide of extra cover, and I think he played some very good shot.
This time, Ahmed bowls to Nicholas Pooran, and West Indies captain gets it on the full and hits it over mid-wicket for another maximum. So despite losing the wicket the previous delivery, there's Pooran being very positive and helping himself towards 6 as well. So 134 now for the loss of 4. Pooran is into the 40s. He's now on to 40. And still in over number 15. West Indies 134 for 4.
Well, that was a good shot again from Pooran. Delivery pitched up just outside the off stump. He went under it and sweep it more or less a straightish mid-wicket position into the crowd on the bank.
SWB audio capture not registered.
This time he's going to celebrate his 50, hit him back over the head of the bowler again, down very straight, and it's going to be another boundary to West Indies captain Nicholas Pooran. He's now on to 54, celebrating his 50 with that boundary, and the score after 15 overs, 138 for 4. The new batsman, Rovman Powell, has the best seat in the house.
He definitely so. That was a good shot again. Coming down the track, then trying to hit it too hard. It's straight through the line. And it's over the bowler's head into the boundary for 4. Good looking shot. And Pooran obviously decided he's going to try and finish this as quickly as possible.
26 needed from the final 5 overs. And that will be called by Indrajit. So Pooran getting another half century at this level. And this is his 61st match. And I think he's gotten the West Indies into position where they can only win from here.
And the question has been answered for us. Neil Barry asked a question, and we all had agreed before that Nicholas Pooran should have come at that position when Smith came. But he came one down later, and he has shown us why he should have been in that position to ensure that we bring this game home for West Indies.
And this is nicely flicked through the onside field, through forward square by Roveman Powell. And they will come back and complete to great timing, good placement by Roveman Powell. Will take this score now on to 140 for the loss of 4 wickets.
And is Shakib Al Hassan off the field? He hasn't bowled since that 1 over when he got that wicket.
Wow, I'm just trying to see if I can pick him up. He has a huge 75 on the back. I haven't seen that out in the middle, as this is nicely played away down towards wide long on by Roveman Powell. He gets another single. So the rotation continue here. And it's good to see the West Indies skipper, Nicholas Pooran, getting the ball in the meat of the bat. His timing has been
SWB
good. The
audio
power has
capture
never been a question.
not registered.
It had to be with his selection and his timing. And what a fine half century so far from him. And Pooran is going that's high in the air. Will the bowler get it? He can't. Just falling away from him. Running back there, Mossadegh Hossain. And couldn't get his man. And as soon as I was praising him, he got the top edge. But he survives.
Well, fortune favored the brave there. I think that was a delivery that was not there for that shot. It was too full. He was on the back foot looking to pick it up and hit it into the green stand. Didn't get under it as he would have liked and got the top edge. Lucky for him, it went over the bowler's head.
Here is Mossadegh Hossain once again as he comes in to bowl to Roveman Powell, and he's coming forward, turns it away, down towards short backward square, and gets an easy single as Mustafizur Rahman comes in from short backward square, cannot prevent the run. So the sixes are coming, the fours are coming, the singles are coming as well. 143 for the loss of 4 wickets. This is over number 16 in progress. As we watch Hossain, he comes up, bowls to Pooran down the track, and he smashes into this one down towards long on. Cannot get past the fielder, who moves away nicely towards his right. They get a single nevertheless, and brings Roveman Powell back in strike. Pooran with that single will now move on to 56. 144 for the loss of 4. West Indies target 164, and at this stage they just seem to be cantering along. Here is Hossain once again, bowls to Roveman Powell down the leg side. There's an appeal, not out, says the umpire. Might have very well taken a little bit of pad or a little bit of his pants as his go through to the keeper. The over's been completed, 16 gone, looking for 164. The West Indies, they're 144 for the loss of 4. This is the latest from Providence.
I think
SWB audio capture not registered.
As quickly as possible, and his partner in Powell, realizing that Powell is just looking to work the ball into the space, picking up singles, allowing Pooran to play his game. He's striking, he's doing the job that needs to be done. He's the captain, allow him. And so that's the right thing that Powell is doing, just looking to rotate. And at the other end, Pooran just looking to go after the bowlers. And I think Shakib is now going to be coming back. I think it's hard to fathom. We've seen strange things today. Smith coming in at number 4. And Shakib Al Hassan, who in his first over got the wicket. And now when the game is virtually lost, he's coming back into the attack.
Yes, just the lone over for 4 runs and got a wicket as well. Well, this is not... what is expected? You want your ace bowler, once he's not having a bad day, to bowl out his complement of overs. Pooran is in strike, and he's swinging at Shakib Al Hassan, and it's gone 1 bounce into the deep backward square boundary for 4. So he starts the over brilliantly here, Nicholas Pooran. The equation now 16 runs to get from 23 balls. From here on, it's going to be all West Indies, unless something miraculous happens.
It has been all West Indies since Pooran came into to bat and to partner Mayers. I think they both played well, and they've dominated this game. And like I said, how come Shakib Al Hassan is only now bowling again?
Well, I will not be able to answer you that, Clyde. Yes,
strange things
strange.
do happen in cricket sometimes.
Down the track and whipped away, down towards wide mid-on. Pooran, the intention was clear. He was looking for a big one. He got it on the ground, down towards short wide mid-wicket. There is no run. Shakib comes in, bowls to Pooran. Back he goes and turns it away, down towards short backward square. And they get the single. One more to the score.
SWB audio capture not registered.
149 says the scoreboard for the loss of 4 wickets. Over number 17 is in progress, being bowled by Shakib Al Hassan. He has come in almost when the horse has bolted.
Definitely has. And the only thing I could think about is that whether they were thinking, well, 2 left-handers were at the crease, and whether Shakib was the right man to bowl. But you had the other left-arm spinner who was bowling and runs were scoring, so why not Shakib?
So Shakib will now have a chance to bowl to the right-handed Rovman Powell. Comes in, bowls to Powell, and he's looking to play a little paddle scoop, and he got the outer portion of the bat. Will this run towards the boundaries? Running close there. It's not going to get there. Pooran wants the run. Sent back by Rovman Powell, and they get 2 byes signaled by the umpire. So 2 more to extras, and that will bring the 150 up for the West Indies. They will move on to 151 now for the loss of 4.
I think the difference with Shakib Al Hassan and the other spinners is that he bowls a lot slower. So he's getting that ball to turn, as we did see in that last delivery. Pitch out off stump and turn and beat the bat outside off stump.
Shakib comes in, bowls to Rovman Powell. Tight in defense here as the delivery floated up to the right-hander. Plays down towards short cover. Once again, there is no run. So Bangladesh winning the toss and batting today. Posted 163 for the loss of 5. And Powell is playing this little paddle sweep again. Didn't get it the way he wanted it, but got enough to get the single. The over has been completed. 17 gone. At the end of 17, West Indies looking for 164. They're 152 for the loss of 9. This is the latest from Providence.
Yeah, but now West Indies would be thinking, well, let's finish this as quickly as possible. And Pooran, I think, is trying to do that. As you see, Rovman Powell just looking to walk the ball
audio capture not registered.
Giving Pooran his captain the strike. The other thing about the spinners in this game, apart from Shakib Al Hassan, they've all bowled flat and quick, not giving the ball any chance to do anything, not trying to beat the batsman in flight or thereabouts. And sometimes you do see this in T20 cricket, and then the other times you see bowlers who would give the ball a lot of air, invite batsmen to look to come down to hit them straight. They get the results.
Yes, certainly. As the over begins, 12 required from 18 balls. So make that 11 as the umpire signal wide. 11 from 18 deliveries. And it looks as though West Indies, they're going to walk away with an easy win here. They've already scored 1 victory in Dominica. This is outside the line of the off stump. Rovman Powell is not going to be tempted. Allow the ball to go by into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, Rovman Powell doing the right thing. There's no need for him to rush. He's maybe thinking about getting a little red ink at the end as he comes down the track this time. Looks to go over the top.
And taken on the boundary there, Clyde, and he just raises the bat in the air off the hands and catches it. He knows that he should not have been playing that, or he didn't get enough. It looked good from time it left the bat, but hadn't enough. Caught out on the boundary there, and he walks away.
Well, just when I was giving him praise about just rotating and allowing Pooran to go after the bowlers, he decided he was going to go try and finish the game in this over. Went down the track and hold out at long off. That was a good catch as well, by the way, because he had to judge it. He stood there, was going over his head, and then he jumped in the air and took good catch.
Yeah, that was a fine catch indeed. And that's Afif Hussain who has been given the ball to make some headway. And he has taken a wicket, and he's going to feel very, very happy with that as well. As Powell goes back to the pavilion for 5.
audio capture not registered.
And you look at the Bangladesh side, and most of them seems to be able to bowl those slow deliveries. The Seamers hasn't bowled well in this game. I think they bowled too short and didn't really trouble the batsman. I think when you bowl on a pitch like this, you need to probably pitch just back of a length instead of short of a length. And I think what they did is try to bowl short. You have to use the pace of the pitch. The pitch is slow. You have to bowl just that little back of the length and try and bowl off cutters, leg cutters, get cutters going on a pitch like this.
Yes, I do agree with you. In fact, it's 153 for the loss of 5, so 11 runs required. There's still lots of deliveries remaining. 2 overs to go after this one. We're in over number 17 as the new batter makes his way out in the middle. That's Akil Hussain. And certainly, of recently, he has done a fine job for the West Indies with the bat. All he needs to do now is to play sensible cricket. His skipper, Nicholas Pooran, he has been going after the bowling, smashing them all over the place. He takes his first delivery, driven away through the offside field, out towards the field on the cover boundary, and he's off the mark with 1. That will take the score now on to 154 for the loss of 5. Back comes Pooran in strike.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Pooran bats from here on in, whether he's going to still continue to go hard at the bowlers or decide, well, look, I'm not going to take any chances. I'm just going to look to ensure that the West Indies win this game. Just rotate and keep picking up the singles.
So, Afif continue to bowl. He comes up now and bowls to Pooran. He's driving high in the air. That's a deliberate shot, and that's gone for a maximum. Well, he came forward, picked it up beautifully over extra cover. That's a big man shot. And you'll always enjoy to see a batsman going over extra for cover inside out.
SWB audio capture not registered.
160 for the loss of 5.
That's a great shot. That was a delivery pitched up outside the off stump. I don't think he tried to hit it hard. He got under it and eased it out over extra cover for 6. That's a great shot.
So can he end it with 1 shot? He can. Nicholas Pooran down the track. When he gets there, he plays defensively down towards wide long off and gets this single. And with that single, the West Indies score will move on to 161 now for the loss of 5. And we're in the 18th over. Akil Hussain comes back in strike. And the fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary has now been brought in. As we watch, Afif comes up, bowls to Hussain. He's driving sweetly down towards the cover field on the boundary. And they'll get another run. So the runs are coming frequently, and they're coming nicely too. 18 overs gone. At the end of 18, the West Indies 162 for the loss of 5, the latest from Providence.
Well, West Indies just need another couple of runs to win this game. They've got the time, they've got the overs, and maybe we'll just see Hussain looking to say, well, I'm going to get a single and give my captain a chance of hitting the winning run. But certainly it's been a very good performance from West Indies in terms of the way how they've batted. They've been positive. Mayers played a wonderful innings. And then the captain came in just when they seemed to be in a little bit of a bother and has batted very well indeed. And certainly they've taken this game away completely from Bangladesh with good batting, good timing, good hitting, and good placement, good running between the wicket as well.
So 2 runs are required for victory. 162 for the loss of 5. Akil Hussain is going to face up now to Mamadullah. So the skipper for Bangladesh, he decided, well, I'm going to have this over and see what can be done. He has brought in a slip as well. So here is Mamadullah.
Audio
He's
capture,
on the way to
not
bowl to
registered.
Akil Hussain. Comes in, bowls to Hussain, gets a good delivery. He comes forward, opens the face of the bat down towards third man. They get the single, and the scores are now 11 level. It's 163 for the loss of 5, and it's going to be captain to captain. Mamadullah to the left-handed Nicholas Pooran. There's a backward point, and now he's going to bring the cover in. Will Pooran go and win it in style with a maximum? Well, the fielders in the boundary areas are on the onside. Mamadullah to Pooran down the track. That's a big shot. That's a huge hit. That's going to come just away from the commentary box. Smashes into the glass. Comprehensive 5-wicket victory for the West Indies against Bangladesh. They have won the T20 series 2-0. What a fine shot to end the series and to bring up victory for the West Indies.
Well, that was a delivery giving Jen in flight. Obviously asking Pooran to go over the top, hit me out the ground, and Pooran accepted and did and did it as well. Good looking shot. Great innings from Pooran. He batted pretty well, batted sensibly, timed the ball beautiful. And I think when you look at that, and as I said, you wonder now why you saw Smith coming in when he did. We've asked that question over and over. But strange things do happen in cricket, and maybe it was the right move. No one would never know. But certainly, Pooran has played a wonderful innings to win this game for the West Indies and to win the series.
Yes, certainly a fantastic knock by Nicholas Pooran, not out on 74. And a fine knock also by Kyle Myers, 55, who came on early and took the attack to the bowlers. We'll continue to discuss what transpires, and as soon as they're ready for the match presentation, our technicians are going to go across there, and then we shall surely end off with a summary of the day's play. But Clyde Butts, as we look back to this game,
SWB audio
winning the
capture
toss
not
and
registered.
batting 163 for 5 did not prove enough for the West Indies in the end.
I think when you win the toss and you bat and your start wasn't great, but certainly you got runs in the middle, and it looked like if you were going to get to 180 or 185 and thereabouts. I think Bangladesh would be disappointed with only getting 163. I don't think they accelerated enough towards the end. They only lost 5 wickets, wasn't it, as well? So you got to be disappointed with that sort of score on a pitch that I don't think had any devils in it. A little slow, but it was there for you to bat on. It was a decent batting track. I think the thing is, when you don't accelerate towards the end, you put yourself in some trouble. But at the same time, I thought West Indies stuck to their task well in terms of their bowling. The captain used his bowlers well. He rotated them. Never had one bowler bowling 4 overs or 3, even not 3 over spell. So he rotated his bowlers well. He got what he wanted from them, and they were able to pull things back and keep things at a good rate.
Well, it seems as though this has been a new strategy by Nicholas Pooran in the rotation of his bowlers. Started off with most of them bowling just the 1 over. Why do you think he has gone that way, Clyde?
But I think what you find a lot of captains do now is that they don't want a batsman to start, you be able to pick off a bowler. And you tend to rotate the bowlers a lot and to make sure that they don't get accustomed to bowling to a specific batsman for a long period of time. Batters would have to adjust to the different bowlers, and especially, if you've got right hand, left hand batting, you don't want them to get accustomed to a bowler and start picking you off and so on. I think that's what most of the captains do nowadays, and I think Pooran did a good job of it today.
Yes, he did, and has come good with the bat as well. I mentioned earlier that in the second T20 in Dominica, he looked good for his 30. There was a little bit of scratchy moment, but he came out here today.
SWB audio capture not registered.
To the bowlers, his timing was good, the power was there, and he played some fantastic cricketing shot for the West Indies. Well, that is expected of Pooran. But let's come back to the innings played by Kyle Myers. West Indies in the power play losing 3 wickets, 43 for the loss of 3. He stuck it out and played his shots.
Yeah, I think he batted well. He batted smart. He batted sensible. You come in, you're an opening batsman. You want to give your team that sort of start that they can propel towards the end. And he did that, ensured that they didn't lose wickets at both ends. And he stayed out there while his wicket was tumbling at the other end, and then he got it in his partnership with Pooran. But certainly, it's the way he hit the ball. He timed the ball beautifully. He didn't try and overhit the deliveries. He more or less struggled. He didn't struggle a little earlier. He just did not get this sort of strike probably he would have liked. But once he got the strike, he got going, and he played a wonderful innings.
Yes, so West Indies winning the Test series against Bangladesh. Now they have won the T20 Internationals. We have the CG United One Day International coming up. That's a 3-match series as well. The first will be played on the 10th. That's Sunday. The second on the 13th, Wednesday coming up. And the third one will be on the 16th. That's on Saturday. What do you think we can expect in the longer format of the shortest format?
I like how you put it. I think you can expect some good cricket. Yes, we have dominated Bangladesh, but I don't think you can say Bangladesh are that a bad side. They tend to play good cricket a lot of times, but West Indies have been playing better cricket at the moment. And what I like about West Indies here is that each one of the players, they seem to know their role and they play within their roles.
His power was evident. really likes hitting the ball straight down the ground, set the platform at the top of the innings
SWB audio
for
capture
what was to
not
come.
registered.
Excellent and superb from Mayers. We'll take a short break now, and on the other side, we'll have the post-match presentations.
1-2.
Well, apparently we're just having a little bit difficulty there with the post-match presentation connection. I know that we're going to get it right not long from now. And
are they ready? We'll be out of the break in 3 minutes. We're doing it ready then. Ayana, how close
well, maybe just in another 3 minutes they will be ready there for the post-match presentation. But we can tell you that the West Indies a comprehensive victory against Bangladesh, winning by 5 wickets, a dominant innings by Nicholas Pooran. And I was talking to you, Clyde, as we look to the one-day international series. What can we expect then?
You can expect some good cricket from both sides. You're probably going to see batsmen buckle down a little bit more in terms of you've got 50 overs, that's 300 deliveries to bat. So you're going to try and buckle down a little bit more to ensure that your side put up a good score. Looking at the pitch out there, I think it was a little bit on the slow side today, but you were still able to play your shots if you had settled in and wanted to bat. But just a little slower, you'll probably see Bangladesh again trying to use those spinners, and West Indies are going to play probably around the same thing for the seamers with the 2 spinners. Mayers is going to do that work at the extra bowler. So I think West Indies are going to play around that same side. And Bangladesh may have to rethink the strategy and playing only 2 seamers.
Well, that is all conjecture. We shall wait and see when that come up. Not a bad turn-up of spectators to watch
SWB
this game,
audio capture
today,
not registered.
One day internationals coming up, and more people can come out and watch the game. It's going to be certainly nice. And I hope that the rain stay away as well.
I think that was one of the things. When you think about how much rain we had this morning, I think it would have torn a lot of people off from coming to the game because they were thinking, well, there's not going to be much cricket at the stadium today. But once rain stops, the stadium is ready to play. The outfield has been good. Although we had a lot of rain, I don't think the outfield was slow. I think the ball traveled across the outfield. So I think it was good for cricket. And the rain, you hope that it stays away on Sunday. I think the one thing you have to keep telling people is that once there's no rain, there will be play. I think a lot of people, when they see a lot of rain around, say, well, there's going to be no cricket.
Yeah, I agree with you, Clyde, because this ground drains and drains very, very quickly. We have seen it umpteen times. The only part that was covered at the pitch area, there was water on the covers, water right around the ground. But as soon as the rain stops, the water begins to disappear. And once it disappears, it simply means that the ground is dry and it's hard. And we have seen it yet again. And the ground staff as well, once more, Clyde. Enough words are not enough to say how hard these people have worked.
Yeah, that's true.
Welcome to the 3rd T20 International end of match and series presentation of the West Indies versus Bangladesh T20 International Series presented by Walton. I take pleasure in introducing quite a few distinguished gentlemen. To my left, first Honorable Charles Ramsam, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport. Then to his left, Mr. Bisun Dial Singh, President of the Guyana Cricket Board.
SWB audio capture
Rabiul
not
Islam
registered.
Milton, Deputy Executive Director, Walton Group. Let me first thank the official sponsors of the series and those who have made this possible. Walton, presenting partner, Fan Craze, Betway, CG United, MasterCard, Blue Waters, and the Guyana Tourism Authority. I'd now like to ask Mr. Rabiul Islam Milton to do the honors and present the award for the play of this match. He will get a check valued at US $500. And that award goes to Nicholas Pooran, the captain of the West Indies, for his fine, unbeaten innings of 74. 5 4s and 5 6s. We'll talk to Nicholas a little bit later on. Now, I'd like to call on Mohammad Mahmudullah, the captain of Bangladesh, to come forward. Mahmudullah, tough luck again. Another tough day at the office. Where did you think you lost this one?
I think we had an opportunity. Puran's run out was, I think, crucial. But having said that, both Kyle Myers and Puran batted really well. They took the game from us. I thought that probably if we could have get 1 or 2 wickets, because up front our bowlers bowled really well, took 3 wickets in the power play. But their partnership took the game away from us.
And talking about the bowling, how do you as captain advise bowlers against an opposition that is so brutal, that hits sixes in abundance? What's the advice?
I was just telling them that keep bowling at the right areas, because there are a lot of areas where you can get the purchase from the wicket. Just to stick to your strength, bowl to your line and length, and try to hit on the other side where the wind's blowing away from the bowler, away from the batsman. So, but I think Puran and both Kyle batted really well.
Let's talk about the start of this game. You won the toss,
SWB
decided
audio
to bat
capture
first, 163
not
for 5
registered.
at the halfway stage. Were you pleased with that total?
Yeah, I would take that, but I think probably we're 10 runs short. Probably would love to score over 170 odd. Leighton batted really well. After batted brilliantly in the middle, but I think probably in the bowling department we had a chance up front. But as I've said, that both the batsmen played really well.
You have a lot of cricket coming up, the Asia Cup and then the World Cup. What will you take from this T20 International Series in preparation for those opportunities?
I think there are a few positives. I think batting-wise, I think we have made our batting plan quite clear, and we were targeting the first few overs. Both the openers batted really well, got us to a good start. But I think it's the bowling department. I think probably we need to see things that where we can find those wickets and try to take those chances on.
All the very best to your team. Tough luck in this series.
Thank you.
Well, that was the captain of Bangladesh, Mohammad Mahmudullah. Moving on to another award, I'd now like to ask Mr. Bisun Dayal Singh, the president of the Guyana Cricket Board, to present this award. The award is a check valued at US $1,000, and it goes to the player of the series. And the winner of that award is also the captain of the West Indies team, Nicholas Puran, accumulating 108 runs in the series. His knock of 74, his 9th half century in T20 internationals, and his highest T20 international score. And we'll ask him to have a chat with us now. I asked you at the toss about this ground being one of your favorites. Does that not confirm?
First of all, I want to give praise to Jesus. All praise and thanks to him for health and strength. I definitely love Guyana, I love Providence, and it has been good to me. I'm just happy that I could have performed today in front of this crowd.
SWB audio capture not
You didn't get the
registered.
opportunity to bat first in this T20 International. Did that bother you at all?
I would have loved to bat first and get some batting practice, but at the end of the day, winning 2 games out of 3, we'll take it and take the series victory.
Talk me through that partnership you had with Kyle Myers, which really took the game away from Bangladesh.
Yeah, we spoke about intent, positive intent, taking them on, waiting for the balls in our zone and actually smashing it out of the park. I think Kyle batted really good. He's growing in confidence, even in T20 cricket. We know he's blasting off in the power play, and it's happy to see him get past the power play today and score his first T20 half century, and I'm happy the way he played. We just talk about just being in the present as long as possible, keep putting them under pressure.
As opening the bowling today, Udin Smith batting at number 3. Care to share the thinking behind those sort of decisions?
I ask my players to trust me, believe in me. I'm not someone that's just going to make decisions that everyone is going to like. I play the game, I try to stay in the present and try to stay ahead of the game as well. And today, we know the covers are on and it's going to move a bit. And if anyone is going to utilize a condition, it will be Kyle Myers. We saw what he's been doing in Test cricket. And when it comes to Odin Smith, I felt like we had to get enough runs in the power play and just keep them under pressure. It didn't make no sense. Odin is there just batting. The last 5 balls, whatever the case is. I felt like we could just, if that worked today, I felt it worked out. The last over in the power play, he could have smashed the horse winner. We could have got 55-60 and be way in front of the game. But that's just me as a captain. And I just want the players to just continue to believe in me and just continue to build what we have started here and just continue to trust the process.
And is this ideal preparation for your series against India and New Zealand that are to come later on?
If the results is going to be like this, definitely yes. But I want the players to continue to back their skills, back their talents, and keep believing in themselves. At the end of the day, we want to utilize our skills to the best of our ability.
SWB audio capture not registered.
All the best. It was exciting to watch you and your team play, and now I invite you to go and lift the winning trophy after winning today. Congratulations again on your 2-0 victory against Bangladesh.
Thank you.
Well, that's it from the middle. Nicholas Puran, player of the match and player of the series for the way he has led the West Indies and his fine 74 here today as well. With me is Neil Barry, and we briefly will look back to see what transpired during the course of today's play. Bangladesh winning the toss and deciding that they're going to bat. They posted 163 for the loss of 5 of their 20 overs.
Well, right to the onset, we deduced that 1/6 of the par score, so they basically were just above par. But without a doubt, and they admitted they would prefer to somewhere in the vicinity of 175, 180. They were ideally placed with that partnership between Das and Hussain, but they did not capitalize in the back end. I think the West Indies bowlers through Akil Hussain really pulled them back and kept them in check. And to be honest, they do not have the strength really and truly to blast the big stick. They rely more on deft play and moving the ball into gaps and running quickly between the wickets. And West Indies were able to respond to that challenge and kept them at bay.
Yeah, so Animal Hack made 10, Shakib Al Hassan 5, Litton Das a fine innings of 49, Mahmudullah 22, Afif Hussain a fine half century of 50. In the bowling department, Myers 2 overs, none for 14, McCoy 4 overs, none for 29.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Aiden Walsh Jr. 4 overs, 2 for 25, Shepard 2 overs, 1 for 19. Dominic Drake's 1 over for 6 runs, and Hafiz Hussain 4 overs for 31 runs. Well, the West Indies in response, they started with Myers and Brandon King. King was the first to go, caught by Mahmudullah of Amit for 7. It was 9 for 1. It became 22 for 2 when Shamar Brooks was caught by Hack of Hussain for 12, 22 for 2, 43 for 3. Smith sent in at number 4 was LBW to Shakib Al Hassan in the power play. The West Indies 43 for 3.
Well, of course, the question was why Smith at that time. The captain did give an answer in his press conference that, he's someone who thinks outside of the box, and he possibly felt that if he could have had Smith in that one over in the power play, smashed 20 runs, he think it would have boosted his team chances and keep that momentum. They want to play aggressively. They want to, really keep the pressure on the Bangladeshi, and that was his reasoning. Now, there's some merit in that. It's a T20 game. You can try a few different things. And I think as he grows as a captain, he will possibly rethink his strategy and know when to use Smith in such a case. But that was his decision, and it didn't work out. However, the captain did bat well. He did foster good partnership with Kyle Myers, who, yes, was sent up in the order to play his shots, but having survived the power play, he kept going, which was important.
Yes, and the man during that period of time that batted with intelligence and class, 2 4s and 5 6s of 38 balls, Carl Myers, a fine hand of 55. He was caught by Mahendi Hassan.
SWB audio capture not registered.
5, but the skipper led from the front, Nicholas Puran, 74, 39 balls, 5 4s and 5 6s. Great timing and some big hitting.
Some big hitting as well, but he also took the time to play himself in He ran well between the wickets. He really got energized and kept that. He led from the front in terms of the aggression, not only in the big shots, but also the running between the wickets. And he actually forced Myers to do the same. So it's now for the others around him to emulate that approach and to recognize that, look, we are known as big hitters in the West Indies, but if we can combine that with aggressive running between the wicket, we can become a formidable force.
Yes, certainly. Akil Hussain was left not out on 3. In the bowling department, Ahmed 4 overs, 2 for 44. Hassan 1 for 21 from his 4. Shakib Al Hassan 1 for 10. Surprised that he only bowled 2 overs?
Yes, there's something obviously wrong in that planning. One would think that Shakib, one of your better players, one of the better all-rounders in world cricket, would have been your go-to person. And obviously the captain, felt differently. I mean, if you 116 T20 these days is not necessarily dependable. It's easy to defend that when you're taking wickets. So I would think that your best wicket taker should be given every opportunity. Yes, one at the start he picked up a wicket, you kept him back, to bowl at the tail end. But when does the tail end comes? If batters are going hell for leather in the middle overs, maybe over 2 with him then, especially bowling to Kyle Mills and Puran when he just came to the wicket, would have been a better option. But of course, as I always say, analysts are normally, Monday morning quarterback. We always see the game better on the hindsight. The captain is out there in the moment. He had to make his decision.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Yes, and Mozarek Hussain 4 overs, none for 34. The fast bowler, Rahman, very expensive. His 2 overs cost him 27.
On this type of track, it's funny for fast bowlers. It's not one that fast bowlers can really respond to that challenge. I think at times they tend to go bowlers adding pace onto it. It becomes a bit easier for batsmen. I think they need to work a bit more. They would have need to work a bit more in terms of getting more accuracy in terms of their line and their length. They offer too much width, and the length at times were a bit too much on the short side, and they were made to pay.
Yes, let me remind you that the CG United One Day International Series begins on Sunday the 10th. The second will be on Wednesday the 13th. And the third and final will be on Saturday the 16th. So the West Indies, they are champions. They have won the T20 International One-Day Series that was presented by Walton. They have won it 2-1. Congratulations to the West Indies. On behalf of the entire commentary panel, Neil Barry, Clyde Butts and John Ramsing, this is Inderjeet saying goodbye from the National Stadium at Providence.
You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies Bangladesh series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.
SWB audio capture not registered. SWB audio capture, 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 not registered.